awareness and calling for action on the serious humanitarian crisis affecting the peoples of Afghanistan, the Syrian Arab Republic, Ukraine, Yemen, and other countries, and on the particular vulnerability of women and children. We have 60 minutes, exactly an hour, of this debate this morning. There is no pre-established list of speakers, as I've indicated earlier. If you wish to take the floor, simply fill out one of the inscription forms that are available in this room, right at the back there, and pass it on to Laura. In order to enable the highest number of speakers to take the floor within the allocated time, speaking times are set at 4 minutes per speaker. Please make good use of your sense of time and bear with the chair when I tell you that your speaking time is over. All speakers will take the floor from their seats. I will invite Mr. Edwards of Chile at the end of the debate as the co-author of the draft resolution. Then you will have an opportunity, Mr. Edwards, to summarize the interventions from the floor and react to them. At this point, I declare the debate open. The floor is given to Syria.
صباح الخير. في الواقع البنود الطارئة المقدمة.
Thank you. World. It's important to ensure that the voice of peace, love and development is heard. We need to raise awareness and we need to promote education, equality between the genders and openness, and we need to reject all types of intolerance and violence, and all of this would enable individuals, be they men or women, to be empowered, and it would also enable us to reduce humanitarian crises, which all countries in the world without exception can face. It would also enable us to strengthen the values of coexistence, tolerance, peace, and international security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker from Syria. I now invite Armenia, followed by Portugal. 4 minutes.
Thank you. Fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing crises and human tragedies involving large numbers of people, and in this context, the emergency item, raising awareness and calling for action on the serious humanitarian crisis affecting the peoples of Afghanistan, the Syrian Arab Republic, Ukraine, Yemen, and other countries, and on the particular vulnerability of women and children. We parliamentarians, members of the oldest and largest interparliamentary forum, should feel responsible for all the suffering and loss that regular people, especially women, elderly, and children, encounter during wars, climate change, and other disasters. But we should address not only the great calamities, but also crises with lesser scale, such as humanitarian crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh, resulting from Azerbaijan's closure of Lachin corridor, the only way to the outer world. The situation has left approximately 120,000 ethnic Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh, including around 30,000 children, without access to essential goods and services. They have been deprived of life-saving medication and health care, as humanitarian aid delivered by the Red Cross and peacekeepers has not met demand. Disruptions to the supply of electricity and gas have created extreme hardship. Despite the European Court of Human Rights applied measures requiring Azerbaijan to leave the blockade, the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights urgently called for it to be unblockaded, and the UN International Court of Justice decision that Azerbaijan must ensure unimpeded movement through the Lachin corridor. Azerbaijan continues to keep the corridor closed. The head of Azerbaijan delegation yesterday stated that Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh may integrate into Azerbaijani society and enjoy all the rights and freedoms of the citizens of Azerbaijan. Does it mean that providing very limited assistance through the Red Cross is a privilege and freedom guaranteed by the authorities of Azerbaijan? The Freedom House recent report describes Azerbaijan as not free country with score 9 out of 100. Azerbaijan cannot guarantee rights and freedoms of own citizens. Does the Azerbaijani leadership really mean that Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh should enjoy these rights and freedoms? On the other hand, the head of Azerbaijani state calls for massive deportation of Armenians that cannot be interpreted anyhow but state policy of ethnic cleansing.
I thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, may I just remind
the very fact of illegal blockade of Lachin, I'm finishing. The very fact of illegal blockade of Lachin corridor, hostage of Armenian posts, frequent aggression by Azerbaijani armed forces proves the urgent need of international presence in Nagorno-Karabakh to monitor the situation on the ground and guarantee rights and security of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Members, may I just remind you that we are not opening a new debate. We are simply dealing with the item which is before us, which I read earlier on. You have not focused on what you were supposed to speak on. You spoke on a different matter, and I just want to remind all of us that it's not time for us to open a new debate on another matter. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Portugal. May I just remind members that those of us who would like to speak, there are slips at the back where you can fill in your name and submit to Laura next to me here. Thank you very much. Honourable Member from Portugal. Portugal, yes.
Well, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, the subject of our urgent debate could not be more pertinent and topical. Migratory movements are currently taking place for various reasons, but most of these people are fleeing the terror and victims of natural disasters. Migratory movements pose great challenges for the receiving countries, but agility and cooperation are essential to mitigate the suffering of these people. On the other hand, immigration policies can and should add value to the country receiving these people. For Portugal, for example, the presence of immigrants is extremely important for the labour force they bring, for their contribution to the social security system, and for the positive impact on our democracy, which is undergoing a worrying downward trend. However, regardless of the usefulness they bring with them, there is a role that is destined for us, for all countries that defend human rights and the dignity of the human person, especially those most vulnerable to humanitarian crises. We cannot ignore the fact that women and children are inevitably more exposed to violence and sexual exploitation and labor. We cannot and must not turn our backs on these people or allow lives to be lost in vain. But, ladies and gentlemen, once in our territories, we also cannot resign ourselves to knowing that these people live and work without any dignity in countries that call themselves developed. Angelina Jolie once said in a famous speech that has marked me for life,
"Why some people are lucky enough to be born with the chance that I had to have this path in life, and why across the world there is a woman just like me with the same abilities and the same desires, same work ethic and love for her family, who would most likely make better films and better speeches. Only she sits in a refugee camp and she has no voice. She worries about what her children will eat, how to keep them safe, and they will ever, if they ever be allowed to return home. I don't know why. This is my life, and that's hers. Hoje são eles.
Today it's them, tomorrow it could be us.
I thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker will be from Peru. Peru, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I think the emergency item that we approved yesterday echoes everything that we're trying to achieve at this 146th IPU Assembly. The search for peace, inclusive societies, means that we need to take into account this crisis that we are experiencing in a number of different places. Sometimes it's not visible, but this should motivate us as we think about the topic of this 146th Assembly to be inclusive. If we're thinking about inclusive societies, we need to avoid discrimination. Some countries are mentioned here, and I think we need to think about how not to exclude people. In my country, Peru, in South America, we will make our contributions so that that can be achieved and so that we can correct what needs to be corrected in a society that can't become less and less unified, that can't stand indifferent. And I, as a teacher, feel that we need to bring that human aspect to the education sector. I think that we all need to ensure that in government policies, in national policies, we include topics and content and elements that bring education more to the fore, particularly where prevention is concerned. And above all, we need to make sure that humanity retains its human element precisely. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, at this point, I would like to pause our discussion to deal with questions relating to the drafting committee. Let me remind you that the Standing Committee Rule 16 stipulates that the composition of the drafting committee shall take into account equitable geographical distribution and political gender balance, and that the number of its members shall normally not exceed 11. We've received preliminary indications of interest in participating in the drafting committee from a number of delegates, and have also been informed of the decisions taken by geographical groups. I will now invite those geopolitical groups who have not as yet nominated members to the drafting committee to do so before 1 o'clock today. Just a reminder that the drafting committee are requested to note that they will meet today at 2:30 to 6 o'clock in C1717 on the ground floor of the exhibition World Bahrain. Drafting committee members are requested to know that they will meet today from 2 to 6:30 in C17 on the ground floor of the exhibition world here in Bahrain. My next speaker will be Ukraine.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, you never really appreciate peace, and you never really appreciate being able to come to your home, to bring your children to your home, and to wake up normally without sirens until you know what it is to face an open war of aggression from another state and actually from your neighbor. I never thought, I can tell you very honestly, that a little bit more than a year ago I would wake up with shellings on top of my head, and that as a parliamentarian, a young woman, I would have to go to the parliament and vote under the shellings. We have a glass ceiling in the parliament, which means that if there is a rocket somewhere nearby, all members of parliament die instantly because it is a glass ceiling, a building which was never supposed to be voted during the times of war. And the worst is that it was our neighbor, it was Russian Federation, it still is Russian Federation, a member of the IPU, who is still here, who started a war on aggression on us in the 21st century, who doesn't stop. We've had a number of decisions of the UN, we've had a number of emergency resolutions, and we're incredibly grateful for the whole IPU for having these resolutions in Kigali, and before that, when the horrible aggression started a year ago, but unfortunately it doesn't change anything for Russia. Yesterday at night, I have counted the number of rockets Russia has passed to Ukraine civilians and civilian houses since our last emergency resolution 6 months ago, even less than 6 months ago, in October in Kigali, when we specifically voted, all continents, all geopolitical groups, everybody, to respect Ukrainian territorial sovereignty and to take away the Russian troops and to stop this war of aggression and to stop specifically killing civilians and children. Since October, since our last resolution, since our last unanimous decision of the whole world, 41 more kids were killed by Russian bombs, 1,327 rockets, Russian missiles were sent to kill civilians, not the military objects, not the military bases, but civilians. We have had more than 10,000 houses destroyed only since October. And we've had 6 ultrasonic rockets, which means very, very fast and very modern rockets hitting Kiev 3 days ago, the civilians. Those rockets are impossible to stop. And Russia knows that very well. No air defense system can stop them. And they send it not to the military bases, then send them to kill children and to kill women and to kill civilians. And this is still going on this second. I know it is not only going on in Ukraine, but right now we've made it so clear for the Russians that they should stop, that it shocks me that we cannot implement any of our decisions, and they are still here, and they are still talking about some kind of tolerance in this world and in this assembly. The worst thing is that they are forcefully displacing the children. The resolutions, the emergency draft resolutions right now talk a lot about forceful displacement, not just in Ukraine, but unfortunately in other continents and other countries. I know this is a huge problem. For me, it is almost impossible to believe that more than 16,000 Ukrainian children were stolen from their parents, were stolen from their houses, were stolen from their homes, and forcefully displaced into different parts of Russia, including Siberia, thousands and thousands of miles and kilometers away. And they don't know whether they will ever see their parents, whether they will ever come back to Ukraine. Those kind of crimes we cannot tolerate. Those kinds of crimes should not be happening in the modern world. Those kinds of crimes we should not be talking here in the IPU about. I dream of a moment when there will not be need for Ukraine to be in the emergency item between the list of other countries. And I dream of a time when no other countries would be needed to talk about in those kind of emergency resolutions. But unfortunately today this time is not here. And this is why we ask you to adopt the drafting resolution on the urgent humanitarian need and to stop the forceful displacement of children, to stop killing civilians, to stop targeting civilians, women and children from Russian Federation in Ukraine and from other humanitarian crises all over the world. Nobody wants peace more than Ukraine. We should stop the aggressor, we should punish them and stop the dictators. Thank you so much for supporting it.
Thank you. Thank you. On my list, will be the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization, you may take the floor, please.
He's not here yet, so maybe we can go to New Zealand.
New Zealand. New Zealand, you may take the floor.
Thank you. I want to thank the delegations who worked on formulating this important resolution and support in particular the comments from our Ukrainian colleagues. The scale of humanitarian crisis across the globe is significant. It's hard to exaggerate the toll that the illegal act of aggression by Russia against Ukraine has had on the Ukrainian people. Millions of people have poured into neighbouring countries to seek safety. Others have lived much of the last year underground, seeking shelter from bombs. Homes, schools, hospitals, and other critical civilian infrastructure have been destroyed. Entire cities have been heavily damaged. In Afghanistan, almost all Afghans are facing dangerous humanitarian hardships, but women and girls who face greater obstacles to obtaining food, healthcare, and financial resources are disproportionately affected. Taliban policies that have barred women from most paid jobs have had a swift and devastating impact on households in which women were the sole or main earners. In Myanmar, Myanmar's military have created a perpetual human rights crisis. While we acknowledge the scale of the crisis and look to how we can best respond, let's not forget that we need to acknowledge what causes humanitarian crises. I would urge the drafting committee to look back at the resolutions that this IPU has taken in Nusa Dua and in Kigali last year to reflect the tone of the final draft. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member. May I now invite the Russian Federation to take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Madam President, I was not preparing myself for a speech here. I expressed my opinion yesterday while discussing the emergency item, and I expressed my concern that the debate and the following resolution may be politicized, while the topic as it is really important for all of us. And now, after the contribution by our Ukrainian colleague, I may see that my concerns are being confirmed. The situation, as it was described by my Ukrainian colleague, in Ukraine, according to her, started 1 year ago. This is simply not true. This humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, and we consider it to be a civil war, started 9 years ago after a forceful, unconstitutional change of power in Ukraine in February 2014. A big part of Ukrainians did not accept that anti-constitutional change of power. Between February 2014 and February 2022, in eastern Ukraine, more than 14,000 civilians were killed. More than 14,000 civilians, I stress it, out of which more than 200 children in 8 years. And I believe that we all should share responsibility for not reacting on that humanitarian crisis during the 8 years it all continued to develop. Russia, during these 8 years, did its best in order to stop, to contribute to the ceasefire, to stop this internal conflict in Ukraine. And we assisted.
Order, honorable member, please.
This is what I call absence of political
it's okay,
culture.
But not here.
We contributed to the so-called Minsk agreements in order to help Ukraine to overcome this internal crisis and to restore peace and stability in the country. Now we know, after the statements by at that moment, Mr. Poroshenko, the president of Ukraine, by Madame Merkel, by Mr. Hollande, that initially no one of them was planning to fulfill the commitments according to the Minsk agreements. They just wanted to have more time in order to prepare a military operation against their own population in Ukraine, in eastern Ukraine, and by that to deepen the crisis, the humanitarian crisis which was developing during all these years. And now about position and situation with women and children during this crisis. I would like to recall that the Ombudsman for Human Rights in Ukraine, Madame Denisova, in so many months spread these lies about mass rapes, about children being sent to Siberia, but at a certain moment she had to resign. She had to resign and acknowledge that all that was lies, because she had no chance to confirm the figures, she had no chance to confirm the facts, and she has now resigned. While here in this audience, we continue to hear these false facts which are not in accordance with the real situation.
I thank you,
and my last point.
Your time
yes,
is up.
We want to have peace in Ukraine. Yes, we want to finalize this conflict in a political way, but this is what the Ukrainian authorities, by issuing special decrees by the president, have prohibited, have banned. And this is how it all looks like as for today. Thank you.
Honourable member, thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is the honourable member from Poland.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I wasn't planning to take floor, but there are times that the truth needs to be said. And I think it's a disgrace. The fact that we are sitting here listening to those Russian lies is disgraceful for this group that we are creating here. If the delegate of Russia actually believes what he's saying, he should probably watch less of Russian state TV and see some truth about what's going on in Ukraine and the barbaric and horrific acts that his country is doing in Ukraine. He was right in one thing. It didn't start last year. It started in 2014 when Russia illegally took over Crimea. It started in 2008 when Russia attacked Georgia. It started earlier when Russia enslaved my country, when they killed my people back in the 1940s.
Just a point of order, I'm sorry. Remember, we dealt with this matter both in Kigali and yesterday.
But it didn't help.
We are now dealing with a humanitarian crisis.
Sure, but we need to deal with it on a factual basis. And that's why it is necessary that someone tells the truth to counter the Russian lies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your time is up. France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam.
At this juncture in our debate, I would like to raise a point of order. I would like officially to denounce the statement given by our colleague from Russia, which directly engages our country, France. I heard in the mouth of the representative of the Federation of Russia that amongst the signatories of the Minsk Accord that France never sought to get these undertakings respected. I object to this statement, which is a lie and a form of defamation. I would ask Russia officially to apologize to the French delegation and the other delegations, because France is a country that has done its utmost in engaging in a constructive dialogue with Russia. France is indeed one of these countries, and I wish to endorse our other colleagues in what they stated, in particular Ukraine. I'm impressed by this denial of reality shown by the delegate from Russia. We saw this in Kigali. They are rewriting history, rewriting their history. It's not a civil war. It is a clear-cut aggression, an attempted annexation, which we totally denounce and firmly denounce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, may I just remind all of us that the topic for today is the issue of humanitarian crisis. I know that when the one speaker has spoken, the others would like to react to that. However, the time now is to discuss the humanitarian crisis which has arisen as a result of the conflict. My next speaker, and it was just a reminder, honorable members, the next speaker now is South Africa, and South Africa you'll be followed by Chile, and that will be the last speaker for the WHO, World Health Organization, and then Chile.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Just to make some few reflections. One is that in the 144th Assembly of the IPU in Nusa Dua in Indonesia, the emergency item was about the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. In the 145th Assembly in Kigali in Rwanda, the emergency item was on Russia and Ukraine. And here now we're discussing an emergency item which, when was presented, was supposed to be about humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and Yemen and other countries as well. But now the debate is being shifted back to Ukraine and Russia, as if those are the only issues that concern the entire world. That is problematic for mostly Western European countries to want to force-feed the IPU
member, please,
of their own agenda.
Deal with the humanitarian crisis, please.
Yes, I'm dealing with that. And then I want to give context that there has to be, of course, concern about the humanitarian crisis that is obtaining in all the countries that are identified in the draft resolution. But I think we should speak openly as well about the role of the military-industrial complex that is benefiting out of war, and instead of trying to contain the war in many parts of the world, is aiding it through the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which historically has played a very destructive role. And we must refuse to be bullied into a homogeneous perspective of Western Europe and the Americans that says that everything else that they do is correct at the expense of everyone. That every time there's global gatherings, all of us are forced into discussing their issues when there are many crises all over the world, as if all of us are just accompanying you here to just discuss your issues when you do not give any consideration of what is obtaining in many other parts of the world. So, Speaker, I think we should express serious discomfort that all the time we have to be bogged down to what are the interests of countries which historically are associated with colonialism and repression of the world. It's unacceptable.
Thank you.
That is the contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker, I now invite the World Health Organization.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The World Health Organization, WHO, warmly welcomes the selection of a focus on that disastrous humanitarian situation in multiple countries around the world. We are, with our staff, present in each and every of those crises on the ground to support the local authorities, to support the national authorities in working on helping the population which is affected directly and indirectly in their health, especially concerning women and children's health, where there is a very, very harsh situation. WHO is currently working on 52 graded emergencies all around the world. All the countries that you have listed in the resolution and many more are included in that. We will have this week a meeting with national public health institutes where the work and the response to such emergency and humanitarian situation is front and center to really support all your countries in working on it. We work on both sides of the front line. We are not with the one or with the other, we are with the people who need the support in their health. We have also an initiative on Health for Peace, where health can actually help bridging the unacceptable divides. And we would propose to the co-sponsors that we work with them to amend the resolution to include the health and to include the strong work WHO is doing with IPU into the resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, all those who have requested the floor before we close the list of speakers have spoken. And now we have our last speaker, who is the co-author of the resolution, and that is Chile.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. I would like to try to answer all the questions put, and I would like to say to the representative of Syria that the tone of the statement is exactly the tone which we seek to display in this resolution. The vulnerability of women when they are in such situation and children is duly referred to, and we would welcome his input to strengthen the resolution. The representative of Armenia said that, contrary to what was said by one delegate, these situations concern all people and all situations where there are thousands and thousands of people who are suffering. We'd be very happy to include all those groups of people. You're referring to all these people suffering from the humanitarian crisis in their country. Portugal, we'd like to say that we're deeply concerned by the rights of women and children as stated in the resolution, and in particular how these rights are respected when women have to leave their country and fend for themselves in very complicated situations. We think that it's necessary to respect all rights, particularly those rights recognized in all of the countries where they're being given refuge. The representative of Peru was saying that there are many, many crises, and in the list, some situations of crisis are not referred to, but we can rectify this willingly. We believe that this is the kind of resolution that is designed to reflect the vision of the situation of all those people. Made a statement here. It's necessary to ensure that justice once again prevails. There are thousands and thousands of Ukrainians who suffer from war. This was an unprovoked war. They didn't want this war. And the state considers that international resolutions in terms of Ukraine are not worthy of respecting. For the WHO, we recognize their work in the many countries where it is active, and we welcome their presence in the drafting committee to strengthen the drafting of this resolution. We're very grateful for the work being done by this organization. I'd like to say to the representative of New Zealand that we feel very great empathy with what she said in terms of language, and the resolutions made in other assemblies, everything that pertains to what is being done. And we'll draw on these resolutions in addition to statements in Kigali, which were approved by the plenary of the Assembly. Russian Federation, we would like respectfully to say that we haven't considered any specific political position in terms of the examples we've given. And we're referring to serious humanitarian crisis. There's Iraq. Iraq is actually covered, and in my view, there are 2,100,000 people who are suffering, and we have to consider all these situations of humanitarian crisis. We say this with great respect to the Russian Federation. We have this humanitarian crisis, and the crisis in Ukraine, if it could finish tomorrow, you'd have to leave the country. Likewise, the Taliban's. If we truly feel that it's important to adapt the cause of many women and children who've had to flee to other countries, then we have to put an end to this war. If we want peace, we have to ensure that bombs are not being dropped. Bombs are not being dropped on civilians. So this is the cause of the humanitarian crisis. There are the causes of the humanitarian crisis which stand quite clear. In terms of the references made by the representative of South Africa, Chile, and Argentina, were the main authors of this resolution. But we were also colonized countries, and this has absolutely nothing to do with the situation. If a country has been colonized, that doesn't mean there's going to be a humanitarian crisis. You have the spirit of the resolution, which is quite clear-cut, and in the drafting committee we will indeed strengthen the resolution. We want to send out a clear signal to the world. We have 340 million people who are living and experiencing a situation of humanitarian crisis, and it's important for the world to recognize this. We haven't forgotten the fact. This is independent of the underlying causes. It's independent of the religion, their gender, or what have you. All these people are suffering, and their cause, therefore, has to be taken up. Thank you very much. And we hope this will be approved tomorrow, and we welcome any strengthening of this resolution which we've prepared for the Assembly.
Please, Honourable Member, we have we had 5 more minutes, but now we have 3. Please, Honourable Member, if I request you to stop, please do so. And now there are 2 more members who have requested to take the floor after we had closed the list. We will allow those 2. The one is Netherlands, followed by Azerbaijan, and after Azerbaijan, we will end this session. Thank you very much. Honourable Member from Netherlands, take the floor, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thanks. Dear colleagues, the Dutch delegation fully supported the emergency item. That may be clear. But first of all, we cannot accept the statements made by the Russian Federation this morning. As we all know, the IPU was very clear regarding the situation in Ukraine. It's a war, and it is very, for us, there's no doubt about the position of the Russians. And regarding the emergency item and the humanitarian crisis, I can be, it is just to be brief about that, we can fully underline the words said before by our colleagues from New Zealand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, I will now allow the last speaker. However, may I just remind honourable members that we've had time, yes, both yesterday and yes, to discuss the emergency item in detail, the facts and everything about it. We are now focusing our attention on the humanitarian crisis conflicts have caused. Azerbaijan, you may take the floor, and that is the last speaker for this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to attract your attention to the humanitarian crisis that Armenia created in the territory of Azerbaijan. First, I want to object the statement made here, our colleague from Armenia. First, I want to say that Lachen corridor, that it was mentioned here, is open for deliveries. It is used for transportation of cargo and passengers for humanitarian purposes. Every day, tens of vehicles pass on this road under the control of Russian peacekeepers. Second, I want to attract your attention to the humanitarian crisis that we are facing now. This is high level of mining. Armenia still aggravates the humanitarian situation in the region by mining the area. Azerbaijan is the most contaminated area with mines in Europe, ranking as the second. As a result, I want to say that 300 people has lost their lives so far or got injured. And ultimately, over 1 million Azerbaijani IDPs who were expelled from this territory for 30 years cannot return to their native lands because of high level of mining. Now we call on Armenia not to aggravate the situation, not to use the Lachin corridor for illegal transportation of weapons and arming the illegal armed groups in this territory. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank you, Honorable Member from Azerbaijan. Honorable Members, we've now come to the end of the debate. And Honorable Members, as we continue to engage with one another, let us exercise tolerance and be reminded of the theme of our session of the Assembly, so that at least we may exercise some patience towards one another. I thank the honorable members. Now, may I invite the Deputy Speaker of the Senate of Rwanda to chair the continuation of the general debate. We now proceed to the general debate, and the Deputy Speaker will take the floor. Thank you very much. This debate, this one, on the emergency item, humanitarian crisis, is now closed. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members of parliament. I'm Nyirasafari Esperance, the Vice President of the Senate of Rwanda, and I'm happy to chair this session on general debate. And on the list, we are starting with Australia.
Good morning, delegates, and thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker from Rwanda. May I acknowledge the President of the IPU, the Secretary-General, fellow speakers and delegates. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this fundamental issue, which is an important issue on behalf of the Australian Parliament. Australia is a vibrant and multicultural nation with a proud First Nations heritage dating back 65,000 years, making Australia the home to the world's oldest continuing civilisation. Today, almost 1/3 of Australians were born overseas. Our rich cultural and linguistic diversity is central to our unique and national identity. To be tolerant is to accept others whose actions, beliefs, physical capabilities, religion, customs, ethnicity or nationality differ from one's own. The support for ethnic diversity and multiculturalism amongst Australians remains high and continues to grow. This support gives us significant advantage in responding to the pressures placed upon social cohesion, including intolerance and exclusion, flamed by misinformation and disinformation. In Australia, we believe that everyone deserves a fair go, at its core in the sense and belief that there is an expectation of equal opportunity. At an international level, Australia has had a long commitment to this ethos of equality of opportunity. Australia was a founding member of the United Nations and an original signatory to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights upon its adoption within the UN in 1948. Inclusivity should be promoted across a number of levels, through legislation, policy and with society amongst its people. At the heart of equality is the belief that all people should be treated fairly and should not be discriminated against. Australia takes discrimination very seriously. We know that social and economic inequalities, experiences of discrimination and concerns about national and global issues are undeniably linked to social cohesion. These issues have been identified as a major threat to democratic and social institutions. In Australia, trust in government and our democracy remains high. However, we know that trust in government is driven by accountability, responsiveness and reliability of government institutions, which are in turn fundamental for democracy and social cohesion. We also know that trust is closely tied to a citizen's satisfaction with democracy. The rise of social media and online news means that there is unlimited information upon people's fingertips. It can be hard for people to know who or what to believe. It can be hard to know where information has come from, who wrote it, or when it was produced. Some people are taking advantage of this trend and will deliberately disseminate false information. There is some research that suggests that false information can shape hateful extremist beliefs and behaviours. This poses a direct challenge for a peaceful existence. Violent extremism has no place in Australia or the world. In the last few years, ideologically motivated violent extremism, mostly nationalist and racist violent extremism, made up 50% of the Australian intelligence organisation's domestic counter-terrorism caseload. Australia's approach to countering violent extremism comprises of 4 key activities: building strength in diversity and social participation, early intervention, disengagement and reintegration, targeted work with vulnerable communities and institutions, and addressing terrorist propaganda online. It's important that people who are online can identify extremist behaviours and misinformation to maintain social resilience. One of the most important practical and constructive ways in which the Australian Parliament promotes cooperation is through our parliamentary friendship groups. There are over 100 groups whose focuses range from specific matters such as health, transport, safety and housing to cultural diversity. The last topic I'd like to touch on is diversity in Australia and in the Australian Parliament. At the previous Interparliamentary Union Assembly in Kigali, I spoke about how the current Australian Parliament is the most ethnically and culturally diverse in our history. The significance of this diversity as a reflection of our nation cannot be overstated. As a diverse parliament which better reflects our society, it also adds legitimacy to our democratic processes. It enables Parliament to provide greater scrutiny and make decisions which better represent the experience, the needs and views of the aspirations of the community we serve. It also encourages engagement and reduced likelihood of people turning to extremist alternatives. All of the elements I've spoken about today, legislation to promote equality, trust in government and misinformation, platforms to promote shared interest and diversity in Parliament, are what drives peaceful coexistence and an inclusive democracy in Australia. When I was elected as the Speaker of the Australian House of Representatives in July last year, I made the point that Parliament should be more inclusive and open to Australians of all walks of life, as well as a workplace that is safe for all who enter. Today, I remain determined as ever to entrust that the Australian Parliament upholds the highest standards of behaviour based on respect, tolerance, equality and inclusion, consistent with what is expected by us, the Australian public. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Egypt, to be followed by Zambia.
معالي السيد دوارتي باتشيكو رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي معالي السيد
Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, Speakers, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me from the outset of this statement to express my gratitude at our ability to resume these meetings in person in the interests of parliamentary diplomacy. I'd like to thank our Bahraini hosts for their efforts to organise this meeting and for the excellent welcome that we've received. Without doubt, managing diversity is a challenge that we've been facing for thousands of years. And we've been thinking about this for a great deal of time. Despite the wisdom of Almighty God and despite the lessons we've learned from religion, that diversity is a source of richness. We know that that same diversity presents us with challenges, particularly bearing in mind the vulnerability of the global security system, and we often see new crises emerging and new threats to peaceful coexistence, something that all societies around the world have desired for a great deal of time. Ladies and gentlemen, the Egyptian state is making every effort to strengthen peaceful coexistence and to reject intolerance. We are working tirelessly to strengthen the ties that bind our social fabric. We are working to build our society on a firm foundation of cohabitation. We support the rights of all our citizens without discrimination. To achieve that objective, we've taken a number of steps to ensure that the concept of citizenship is well established in our country, along with respect in our society. We've brought a number of constitutional reforms to that end. Our country's constitution stresses the right of all Egyptian citizens, be they Christian or Jewish, to practice their religion without description, along with the Muslim Egyptians, of course. And the constitution establishes respect for ideologies and religions and the ability to practice those various ideologies and religions with respect, along with respect for places of worship and security. We've also enshrined the concept of the family in our constitution, And we've engaged with the Vatican as proof of our vision to take new steps towards achieving a global society in which coexistence prevails. Furthermore, the Egyptian state is fighting against intolerance by renewing religious discourse. We've also established the Assad Observatory, which undertakes research to counter the ideas that seek to undermine intolerance. The Egyptian Church is also collaborating with that center. Concerning our fight against the discourse of intolerance, we've taken that to the global level. Ladies and gentlemen, you no doubt agree with me that there is no more noble goal than strengthening coexistence. That requires a concerted effort from all of us. I bring peaceful greetings from Egypt and a request to reject intolerance at this extraordinarily difficult time of global crises so that we can achieve peaceful coexistence and accept the other. Only then will peace reign, and only then will our peoples live in prosperity and security, which is what we all want. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Egypt. The next speaker is Zambia, to be followed by Malawi.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to place on record my best wishes to all the women present in this auditorium as we celebrate women on the globe in the month of March, even as we march towards actualizing and embracing equity as a panacea in addressing the gender parity. As Shirley Chisholm, the first female black woman to be elected to the United States Congress, stated, and I quote, "If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair." To my fellow women, let us bring our chairs and demonstrate our capacities in all the spheres of life. Madam President, I am honored for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. Distinguished delegates, an inclusive society is key to peaceful coexistence among people in every society. Therefore, it is critical for leaders to embrace diversity of ethnic, cultural, or religion as a way of fighting intolerance in societies. Let me hasten to state that the issue of fighting intolerance is so close to my heart as a woman and also as a person coming from a country in the global south. This is because I've witnessed firsthand of its devastating impact on my continent, which sadly has led to deaths and displacement of many people, especially women and children. In addition, it has worsened their socioeconomic status. Therefore, intolerance needs to be addressed urgently with the involvement of all stakeholders. Needless to state that some of the measures that can be undertaken to address the challenges, including putting policies aimed at reducing inequalities, facilitating personal healing, and promoting ideologies that build on communal identities. It is therefore imperative for parliaments to position themselves and spearhead an ambitious fight against intolerance, owing to their centrality by virtue of being representative institutions through their legislative oversight and representative functions. Arising from the aforementioned, allow me now to share my Parliament's experience in fighting intolerance and give context to the matter under consideration. Zambia is largely and predominantly heterogeneous in terms of tribe or ethnic groups. Despite its diversity, the country remains a model of peace and stability in the Southern Africa region because it has generally undergone peaceful transitions between political regimes. However, there are some factors that have led to some degree of intolerance or exclusion which can be clustered into political, leadership constellations, which can be either political or within ethnic groupings, land and boundary issues, intolerance due to poverty and inequality, among others. To address these challenges, our Parliament takes advantage of various opportunities, uses different initiatives and parliamentary tools. One of those is overseeing the progress made in the application of national values and principles. This opportunity presents itself in the first quarter of every year, when, in line with our Republican Constitution, the Republican President reports to the National Assembly on the progress the country has made in the implementation of these values and principles the previous year. The parliamentarians debate the report, highlight issues, and present their views regarding the areas requiring improvement. Through its legislative function, the Zambian Parliament has also played a critical role in creating an enabling environment for peaceful coexistence and inclusivity. In this respect, Parliament has enacted relevant pieces of legislation to promote peaceful coexistence. We have passed laws that speak gender equity, equality and integration, protecting minority persons such as the disabled, against cybercrime, criminalization of actions that are undertaken with the intention of raising discontent among the inhabitants, criminalization of electoral violence, which acts as a stumbling block to some citizens, especially women and the youth, and promotion of equal opportunities in employment, among others. Our Parliament also strives to lead by example by practicing inclusiveness and peaceful coexistence. This entails having parliamentarians of different sex, age, ethnicity, occupational, and educational backgrounds in our communities, caucuses as well as on parliamentary delegations. We continue working at being more inclusive and in using different avenues to fight intolerance. These include caucuses such as the one on disability and peace. For example, the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, Zambia chapter, works to promote a culture of peace through education, sports, arts, and media in various parts of the country. The Parliamentary Caucus on Disability, Inclusion, and Rights in Zambia is also another platform our Parliament uses to engage the disabled in our communities. Let me conclude, Madam President, by indicating that the importance of fighting intolerance in society cannot be overemphasized. Therefore, parliaments are at the heart of the fight against intolerance in society. I therefore wish to call upon all parliamentarians to mobilize themselves with the intention of working closely with their citizens without any discrimination. By so doing, parliaments will inspire strong leadership and political will towards the fight against intolerance. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Malawi. And Bangladesh, get ready to follow.
Madam President, I feel greatly honored to stand before this Honorable Assembly currently meeting in this beautiful city of Manama in Bahrain to contribute on behalf of the Malawi delegation to the topic, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive society, fighting intolerance. Madam President, issues of coexistence and inclusiveness are essential in every society. This is because the immediate effects of conflict due to lack of coexistence and inclusivity are brutal. Displacement and disruption of social and economic systems may occur and have often led to unexplained deaths, avoidable injuries, political violence, and displacement. Coexistence and integration of cultural, religious, political, and socio-economic diversity have therefore proven to be effective ways of reducing conflict between different groups of people in societies. Madam President, my speech will highlight the reasons why we as nations and parliamentarians need to promote peaceful coexistence and inclusivity in our societies. My speech will also point out some of the key drivers of intolerance or exclusion in most of our societies. Madam President, peaceful coexistence entails peace among groups or societies or nations of widely differing political, religious, and cultural ideologies. An inclusive society is a society that ensures equal opportunities to all people, regardless of race, gender, class, generation, or geography. Peaceful and inclusive societies promote social policies which seek to reduce inequality and create and tolerant societies that embrace all people. Madam President, sometimes intolerance is attributed to ignorance and fear for the unknown of the cultures, nations, and religions. In some extreme cases, intolerance emerges through arguments and discussions on specific topics which slowly lead to violence against one another. Subsequently, intolerance leads to a permanent separation between groups and traditions. In Malawi, Madam President, the most common form of intolerance is violence against the elderly, especially women. On a number of occasions, we have received reports from the rural areas of abuse of the elderly through ill treatment, insults, and in extreme cases, stoning to death elderly women who are suspected of practicing witchcraft. In addition, sexism has also reared its ugly head, especially in politics, where women find it extremely tough to compete in a society that is yet to appreciate the role of women in development. Madam President, it is also common in Malawi, just like in most parts of the society, for people or politicians of different political affiliations not to work together harmoniously. This far, Malawi has worked harmoniously, and we have seen change of power smoothly. A series of demonstrations by citizens, which has mushroomed over the past 15 years or so, is an indicative of a political environment that needs to work hard on inclusivity and tolerance. Parliaments are therefore key institutions which can ensure that this is done. Madam President, some of the common drivers of intolerance in Malawi are unemployment, poverty, hunger, religious extremism, ethnicity, political ideologies, perceived threat, and distrust, as well as social media. Madam President, unemployment rate in Malawi is expected to reach 7.4% by the end of 2022, according to the Trading Economics Global Macro Models and Analysts expectations. Considering that the majority of the population is the youth, issues to do with linking unemployment to intolerance cannot be overemphasized. Madam President, poverty and hunger also influence people's behaviors by shifting their focus towards meeting immediate needs and threats. This can be manifested by a person being intolerant and harsh to others, to other people or views. Madam President, there is also an indisputable link between social media platforms and intolerance manifested through hate speeches and cyberbullying. The Constitution of the Republic of Malawi grants people freedom of speech, but also knowing how social media is being misused by other people, the Parliament of Malawi passed the Penal Code Act, which was amended in 2014 to strike the balance between the constitutional provision and the need to curb misuse of the same. Madam President, allow me to share with you and the delegates some factors which promote coexistence and how parliaments can nurture and encourage them. A well-functioning government. Madam President, having a well-functioning government makes it possible for peaceful coexistence in its citizenry. It is therefore important for all three arms of government to collaborate and work together in a quest for peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies. This entails that while the legislature enacts laws that are in the best interests of the citizens, the judiciary should be able to interpret the laws effectively and timelessly, while the executive ensures the proper implementation and observance of the law. So far, in Malawi, all three arms of government are working harmoniously. Equitable distribution of resources. Madam President, equal distribution and utilization of resources will significantly affect the orientation of society, either towards a more integrated and inclusive society or a disintegrated one. Parliaments must therefore pass socio-economic policies which gear towards managing equitable distribution and equal opportunities for the people they represent. Furthermore, as Parliament, we need to go further by ensuring that our monitoring mechanism do so in good time in order to provide feedback to the executive for the timely interventions where need be. Madam President, in conclusion, it is clear that parliaments have a key responsibility to foster unity and coexistence among the people they represent by ensuring that legal instruments and guiding principles that will guarantee equity and opportunities for all citizens are passed and enforced. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you. I am informed that Bangladesh is not yet here, so it's the turn of Yemen, to be followed by Zimbabwe.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of the Lord be with you. First of all, I would like to thank the Bahrain parliamentary delegation. I would also like to thank the King, the government, and the people of Bahrain. I thank them for their warm welcome and the excellent organization of this assembly. Dear colleagues, it is very relevant to be meeting today to talk about the promotion of peaceful coexistence and the fight against intolerance. It is timely to talk about these matters because we all want to attain these goals in practical terms. It's exactly what societies need. Indeed, this is a sine qua non for creating peace and development for the prosperity of people. Peaceful coexistence in societies is based on respect of all rights, freedom of expression and belief, freedom of religion. This is also based on the participation of women. One should not overlook the need to create coexistence between societies, because indeed this is a pillar of stability. All these values should prevail. Every country should respect other countries. Relations between countries should be based on this mutual respect. Ladies and gentlemen, currently we are discussing these matters while the world is experiencing many conflicts in different countries, particularly in the Arab world. And here I'm talking about my country, Yemen. We are experiencing a crisis owing to the interference of Iran. Iran is undermining peaceful coexistence in many Arab countries. Iran is exporting what we call the Islamic Revolution to our countries. Iran is using religion and violence and threats in any number of Arab countries or Arab societies. The idea is to make them more similar to Iranian societies and religion. In fact, Iran is trying to erase our right to exist. We are a great civilization. Our civilization is far older than that of Iran. In fact, we are convinced of the holy precepts. We have been a democratic country for millions of years, as one can see in the Quran. We refuse to demolish what we built over the centuries. Dear colleagues, I'm being very sincere when I say this to you. Those who put their hand in the fire are not the same as those who put their hand in cold water. I come from a country which has been the victim of war. We have been the victim of exclusion. It's very important to unite our voices today. Material, physical, ideological weapons are being used by Iran. This undermines the foundations of our society. The social fabric has been torn owing to Iranian interference and militias. We're currently suffering. Parliamentarians and politicians and journalists, women, children are the victims of these militias. We are suffering. Innocent people are being executed in Iran today. The truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen, is that those who are undermining peace are Iranian. Iran is undermining our country with a view to furthering its own interests and imposing its presence in Western Asia, not to mention the eastern part of Africa. They are also moving northwards in Africa in order to reach the Mediterranean via the Lebanese coast, and they are becoming infiltrated in the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. We're talking about an invasion of the Arab nations, threatening the world. Yes, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Iran has in fact dominated my country. Iran has taken my country hostage. It is a regional force that has been able to seize regional resources. It has taken holy places hostage, and today they are influencing our policies in the Middle East. They also have an impact on international policy. They have instrumentalized the Palestinian cause and the cause of Jerusalem to infiltrate the region. They are instrumentalizing politics in general. This goes beyond national borders and ideological borders. Currently, they are trying to impose their policy in Yemen, in Iraq, in Lebanon, and other countries. Iran seeks to dominate the Islamic world. We face an existential threat today. Let us not forget that we have just emerged from the pandemic, and there is also a war between Ukraine and Russia. Let us not forget, similarly, the economic crisis, which has an impact on the world at large. Famine is growing in many countries over and above natural disasters and war between the superpowers today. We're very frightened We are scared. We are afraid of these difficult times. In conclusion, the principle of coexistence is no longer an intellectual luxury. It is a necessity to protect the future of peoples. This calls for uniting all our forces in all our countries so that we can ensure this human value prevails. National parliaments and governments must manage this diversity in an opportune manner to avoid any form of intolerance. Thank you.
Next speaker is Zimbabwe, to be followed by Bangladesh. Thank you.
Madam President, dear colleagues, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, as well as fighting intolerance, is the kernel of our IPU Assembly's theme. In that context, need I remind this Assembly that the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed 1995 the United Nations Year for Tolerance in response to the ubiquitous intolerance the world where peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies were bluntly under naked threat to humanity. That year, which coincided with the Golden Jubilee of the United Nations, was opportune to reflect and reacquaint ourselves with the historical antecedents that preceded its formation. These antecedents included the darkest hours of humankind, largely defined by the denial of the democratic principles of the dignity, equality, and mutual respect of men and women, and by the propagation in their place through ignorance and prejudice of the doctrine of the inequality of men and women and race. Furthermore, through the United Nations Resolution 61 of 2007, member states reinforced the universal relevance of the principle of non-violence, the desire to secure a culture of peace, tolerance, understanding, and non-violence. Accordingly, this Assembly's theme is an affirmation of the criticality of the 1995 United Nations Year for Tolerance. To that extent, our parliaments under the umbrella of the IPU should strive for bullish parliamentary diplomacy that rise on the pedestal of robust roundtable dialogue to achieve global peaceful coexistence. Madam President, Universal Declaration of Human Rights is unequivocal in its proclamation that the foundation of peaceful and inclusive society rests on the promotion and protection of the inalienable rights of humankind, regardless of race, creed, political affiliation, gender, and sexual orientation. Essentially, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, supported by the United Nations Charter and the international law, anchor the need for geopolitical peaceful coexistence, inclusive societies, and tolerance. Yet while the progress has been made towards this compelling and perpetual hankering for coexistential justice, peace, and harmony, recent history recalls the archetypal banality of our efforts. Madam President, the recent COVID-19 pandemic, the catastrophic climatic shocks, and the devastating earthquake, such as the recent one in Turkey, Syria, as well as flash floods
and the more calamitous cyclones affecting Southern Africa and worldwide are some of the Holocaust threats societies continue to face in their endeavor to coexist peacefully. This situation of human insecurity has been exacerbated by the adverse ripple effects of the Russia-Ukraine war, which has negatively destabilized global economies in terms of imported high inflation, increased energy and food prices. All these exigencies call for peaceful coexistence, inclusive and tolerant societies in mitigating the existential global human challenges. Accordingly, Madam President, our parliaments are enjoined to play a palpable role instructively in formulating laws and policies that systematically deconstruct the multiplicity of barriers that threaten peaceful coexistence, inclusivity, and caustic intolerance. Furthermore, parliaments should ensure that all multilateral agreements that promote peaceful existence are ratified and domesticated into municipal laws wherever possible. National budget passed by our parliaments must be so stout as to inclusively be pro-poor, pro-gender equality, sensitive youth development, and empowering persons with disabilities. These perspectives resonate well with our Zimbabwe President's development mantra of leaving no one and no place behind. In the National Development Agenda is anchored by the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Additionally, in their respective role, parliaments should be the voice of the voiceless, espousing an inclusive democracy matrix in choosing who should govern them and how they should be governed. Finally, parliaments should have an assiduous oversight role over the executive by ensuring that governments and all their agencies operate in a non-partisan manner that promote peaceful coexistence, inclusivity, and tolerance within the society while pursuing their national economic development agenda. Madam President, in this way, our parliaments would be eloquently fulfilling sustainable goal number 16, whose clarion call is for peaceful coexistence, equitable justice, accountability, and inclusive institutions at all levels of governance. Indeed, no man is an island on this planet. Our African philosophy of Ubuntu, which affirms that I am because you are, is an incontrovertible testament to the IPU Assembly's theme we are interrogating here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Long live the King and the Kingdom of Bahrain. Long live the IPU family for democracy and peaceful coexistence. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you so much. Dear members of Parliament, it was nice for me to chair this part of the session of the general debate. Now I'm handing over to Madam Gotani Hara, the Speaker of Malawi, to continue with the general debate. Thank you. While Bangladesh is taking the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
President of the Assembly, Honorable Chair, IPU President, distinguished speakers, heads of delegation, Assalamu alaikum, a very good morning to you all. As the curtain rises on the Interparliamentary Union's 146th Assembly, with the slogan for democracy for everyone. It is a very special privilege and honor for me to address and welcome you all at today's general debate session on the theme, Promoting Peaceful Coexistence and Inclusive Societies, Fighting Intolerance, in the beautiful city of Manama in Bahrain. The general debate will provide a platform for delegates to deliberate, express and exchange their views and galvanize parliamentary action. I thank the host country Bahrain and the Parliament for hosting this event here and for their kind invitation extended to us. Dear parliamentarians, we aspire to live in a world where there is peace, justice, freedom, and harmony. Yet, we find the world engulfed in endless war against terror, driven by conflict and violence. Factors like nationalism, authoritarianism, racism, populism, protectionism, militarism lead to continued breach of peace. All international charters, declarations, covenants, and conventions envisage inclusiveness as an essential prerequisite of attaining peace and harmony. In this global scenario, peace, respect for human rights, and human dignity can be instilled through ensuring equality and non-discrimination of all individuals. No one should be discriminated on the ground of sex, race, religion, caste, creed, language, color, gender, and ethnicity. This leads to grave violation of the core theme that runs as a common thread across all charters and conventions. Dear parliamentarians, Bengali as a nation has time and again stood firm and uncompromising against all forms of discrimination. The clarion call of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, on 7th March 1971, inspired and united the nation to resolutely stand against exploitation, discrimination, and injustice, and wage a war of liberation to realize our rights irrespective of our racial origin. The Constitution of Bangladesh safeguards equality of all citizens, irrespective of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. As a state party to the International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, Bangladesh supports the comprehensive implementation of and follow-up to the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. Historically, communal harmony is a significant trait of the Bengali society. The people of different ethnicities and religions have been living together with peace and harmony in Bangladesh. The country promotes peace, pluralism, democracy, freedom, liberalism, gender equality, and development. Dear parliamentarians, an inclusive society is one that overrides or goes beyond the differences of race, gender, class, or generation and geography, and ensures inclusion, equality of opportunity, as well as space to all members, irrespective of their differences, to flourish together. It also provides the capability of all members to agree to a set of social institutions that govern social interaction. This definition was given in expert group meeting on promoting social integration in Helsinki in July 2008. Inclusive societies aim to bring together people, bring different actors belonging to diverse groups together by building and enhancing trust between them. It creates an integrated approach to engage a diverse range of individuals to peacefully coexist and solve issues without conflict and violence. Reducing inequality, promoting gender equality contributes in building inclusive societies. Inclusion entails providing diverse groups with equal opportunity and access. It is about accommodating people with diverse interest and background in a platform, allowing them to work together in attaining a common purpose and building a common future, while still diverse groups can pursue their own interest. It is important to create a vision among people based on collective agreement of upholding core values of inclusion, diversity, tolerance, empowerment, etc. Parliamentarians are centerpiece of parliamentary democracy, nurtures the voice of the parliamentarians, and Parliament In a parliamentary democracy, parliaments are the centerpiece of democracy. Parliaments are also premier representative institution voicing the aspirations and will of the people. Hence, parliamentarians have powerful tools to bring about positive and transformative changes in the lives of the people they serve. What measures must be taken to ensure peaceful coexistence and building inclusive societies? Systems and institutions breed inequality. Removing institutionalized and systematic inequalities through promotion of democracy, rule of law, tolerance. Eliminating and amending laws that breed discrimination. Legislative and policy support for vulnerable, marginalized segment of population. Bringing about changes in the mindset of stereotype thinking. Bridging the gap between inequalities and eradication of poverty. Instill the core values through education. It is through our concerted efforts that we can move forward in embracing the fundamental tenets of building a tolerant, equitable, peaceful, and inclusive world for all. Thank you. May Bangladesh live forever.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh. And I call upon Liechtenstein, followed by Namibia.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I thank the Interparliamentary Union and Bahrain, the host, for their leadership and hospitality in convening the 146th Interparliamentary Union Assembly. Intolerance and discrimination are on the rise around the world. It is high time to change this trend. To do so, the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and particularly its Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, play a significant role. A key principle of the SDGs is the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies. Liechtenstein has been constantly advocating for this principle on the international level and at home. This holds also true for the Liechtenstein Parliament. Each proposal to Parliament includes an SDG impact section. Thereby, we put the SDGs front and center in our parliamentary debates. Liechtenstein's total expenditure on official development assistance, the ODA, rose by 13%. This reflects our Parliament's dedication to strengthen Liechtenstein's international solidarity. Our Parliament not only increased the international humanitarian cooperation and development budget, but also approved supplementary budgets in light of the staggering increase in demand for humanitarian assistance and development cooperation, be it due to the COVID-19 pandemic or due to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. The promotion of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law are core values on the Council of Europe. During its upcoming Council of Europe presidency from November 23 to May 24, Liechtenstein will do its utmost to uphold and strengthen these principles. Liechtenstein is not only a strong supporter of the Council of Europe, but also of the International Criminal Court, ICC. In this regard, we call on parliamentarians around the world to speak up much more often in favor of the ICC and advocate for ensuring accountability for the most serious crimes under international law. Just like most members of the international community, Liechtenstein is strongly dependent on the validity and observance of the international rules-based order. Respecting it must remain our highest priority. Liechtenstein therefore calls for the end of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the withdrawal of all Russian armed forces from the sovereign territory of Ukraine, and full accountability for the most serious crimes under international law. We will continue our political and financial support for the people of Ukraine. This support is deeply rooted in our traditional advocacy for democracy, justice, and the rule of law as the only ways to prevent the use of force and atrocity crimes. Modern slavery is a defining human rights crisis of our time, and it is often fueled by discrimination and intolerance. Sadly, this crime also constitutes one of the most profitable illegal business models, generating $150 billion each year into the pockets of criminals. According to the latest statistics, the number of people living in modern slavery has increased by over 10 million over the last decade. These concerning developments clearly run counter to our commitment to end modern slavery and human trafficking. Let me assure you that this goal will remain a core priority for Liechtenstein. Madam President, working towards overcoming intolerance and promoting inclusive societies requires a comprehensive response from all of us. In doing so, we should always put people first. We should counter intolerance and discrimination, and we should strengthen the rule-based order. I thank you.
Thank you, Liechtenstein. I now call upon Namibia.
Thank you, Madam President of our Assembly, honorable speakers of Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand before you today, this morning, as the head of Namibia parliamentary delegation, representing our nation's commitment to promoting peaceful coexistence and exclusive societies by fighting intolerance. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights establishes that the recognition of equal and inalienable rights of all individuals without discrimination. Societies that uphold these principles are more likely to be peaceful, cohesive, and democratic. Furthermore, promoting peaceful and inclusive societies is a critical aspect of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as the IPU's core mandate to promote peace and cooperation among peoples of the world. As parliamentary representatives, we play a vital role in promoting peaceful coexistence and exclusive societies. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to share with you our efforts towards promoting peaceful coexistence and exclusive societies while fighting intolerance in Namibia. We are a diverse country with many different ethnic groups, different languages and cultures. However, we believe that our diversity should be celebrated and used as a tool to build a more inclusive and tolerant society. To achieve this goal, our Parliament has taken several notable legislative interventions since we gained our independence in 1990. These include, among others, affirmative action to promote employment equity, legislative against gender discrimination, combating of Domestic Violence Act, combating of Rape Act, amendments to the Criminal Procedure Act, and an amendment to High Court Act to ensure promotion of and access to justice for all. These are just few of the laws enacted to promote rights of all individuals. Finally, our Parliament is committed to being more inclusive in its engagement with citizens of our country. We recognize that the voices of all citizens and aspirations are taken into account when developing policies and legislation. The Namibian Parliament stands ready to work with fellow IPU member parliaments to share best practices, identify key drivers to combat intolerance and exclusion, and develop comprehensive approaches to address these challenges. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive society by fighting intolerance is essential for creating a more cohesive, democratic, and resilient world. Therefore, it is imperative that as representatives of our people, we take necessary steps to address these challenges, and IPU's commitment to promote cohesion and inclusive is an important step towards building a more peaceful and prosperous future for all. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Namibia. I now call upon Oman, and next will be Senegal.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, President of the Interparliamentary Union, Your Excellency, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Bahrain, Your Excellency, President of the Shura Council of Bahrain, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the IPU, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of parliaments, members to the IPU. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. Allow me, at the outset, to express my deepest gratitude to the Kingdom of Bahrain for its generous welcome and warm hospitality. I should also like to thank the Bahrain Parliament and the Interparliamentary Union, both, for inviting us so kindly and generously to attend the 146th IPU Assembly and its related meetings. I cannot also forget to thank the Organizing Committee for its excellent work. This will, of course, lead our meetings to success, and it will, of course, be at the level of the aspirations and expectations of our peoples. Excellencies, dear sisters and brothers, achieving development, progress, and prosperity for nations and peoples relies on just and open dialogue. This is the main cornerstone of the bridges that have to be built between cultures and civilizations. This is a very positive factor that can contribute to a rapprochement that we can all feel between cultures and civilizations. The respect of different cultures, religions, and freedoms is an utmost priority for the Sultanate of Oman. We have translated that through a wide set of legislations, through a solid legal system that aims at curbing intolerance and extremism. It goes without saying that the Sultanate of Oman was able to triumph over terrorism and extremism, but not overnight. This was the result of a serious and strenuous effort over a lengthy period of time that required a lot of cooperation between our various institutions. This also required a set of strong laws and strict legislations. These texts guarantee the respect of freedoms and rights for all religious groups. The Sultanate of Oman was also keen to provide opportunities for learning non-Arabic languages, foreign languages that is, because we deem languages to be the main tool of communication and transfer of knowledge between peoples. The Sultanate of Oman also spares no effort in harnessing our media outlets to raise awareness about the importance of promoting mutual respect and cohesion between followers of different religions. In addition to organizing a number of international and high-level conferences and events that brought together scientists and ulemas from different religions to talk about tolerance and coexistence between religions, the Sultanate of Oman was always interested to maintain its very high ranking in terms of it being free of terrorism according to the International Terrorism Index. Your Excellencies, dear sisters and brothers, today we are in need for promoting the essence and value of peaceful coexistence. We need to say no to extremism in stronger terms than any other times before, especially given the ground that social media platforms are gaining, and especially that these platforms are being used as tools to sow hatred rather than help communities and cultures get to know each other. Therefore, it is our responsibility, our shared responsibility, to build bridges of understanding between peoples. In conclusion, Excellencies, I would like to thank you once again, and I would like to wish you all success in your endeavors, namely in promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive society so as to build a world where peace, security, and sustainable development can prevail, and where various peoples of the world can live in peace, security, and safety. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
Thank you, Oman. I now call upon Senegal, followed by Afghanistan.
Madame la Présidente.
Chair, President of the Assembly, colleagues, heads of delegation, guests. I'd like firstly to express my deep gratitude to the Bahraini authorities for the warm hospitality that we've received in this beautiful kingdom. Madam, colleagues, the 146th IPU Assembly is taking place in an international context that's marked by the deterioration of the economic situation and the social consequences of that in various countries. including the ongoing nature of some conflicts, as well as uncertainty and concerns and the various crises that are taking place around the world. Over the last few years, these have been exacerbated by intolerance or a lack of positive dialogue by the parties concerned, be it among countries or among communities within a single country. We need basic rules for peaceful coexistence and mutual understanding. We need to ascribe many conflicts to the lack of that, and that's why the theme of this general debate is extremely relevant: promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. That echoes the major challenges of our time regarding security and well-being around the world. And if they're missing, it's often due to sectarianism and the lack of understanding. Recourse to violence, to discrimination, and an inward-looking approach are on the increase and reflect relationships based on a lack of understanding, exclusion, a lack of mutual understanding, and conflict. Recognition of and promotion of the values of diversity are what we need for an inclusive society and harmony in communities and across our institutions. For that, it's crucial that we propagate values of openness, listening, mutual understanding, so that we can encourage friendship and harmony among peoples and within communities. It's also useful for us to combat intolerance that leads to the refusal of the other, failure to accept diversity, and physical or other types of violence. Senegal has a long-standing history in terms of promoting peaceful coexistence and fighting all types of exclusion and intolerance, both in our domestic plans and at the regional international level. It's quite clear that we seek stability. The first president of the Republic of Senegal welcomed all religious confessions, and he led the country for around 20 years with widespread support. That is a testament to our values of freedom, diversity and non-discrimination, but also tolerance and inclusion, which are the cornerstones of our nation and clearly affirmed in our constitution. The concept of universal civilization, giving and receiving, and openness inspired our political practices and Senegalese diplomacy. That approach consists in promoting mutual enrichment and prosperity, which are shared in our international relations. And the successors to that first president also served those principles. The recent meeting of the African Union, which has just concluded, is a key example of these policies that we've been drafting. And we've also got a national plan for gender equality and a law on parity that provides for equal representation of men and women on electoral lists for various levels of votes, and also for key positions in elected assemblies. Now, the National Assembly that I have the honour of presiding over has a high level of gender parity. Colleagues, practices of exclusion in nations or among nations can be disastrous for peace, security and stability at the global level. It is our responsibility as parliamentarians not only to be aware of the dangers, but also to think about the initiatives that can be taken for our populations so that we can implement key steps and measures. We need to think about education, which is pivotal in inclusion and fighting intolerance. communication is also important. We need to encourage open discussion. We need to promote cultural diversity in the media. We need to allow the expression of varying opinions in the public sphere, which enables a population's awareness to be raised and us to fight prejudice. In our legislative, regulatory and institutional frameworks, we need to bolster dialogue and friendship between peoples. We need to ensure that our international organizations such as the IPU take an active role in fighting intolerance by setting up more cooperation and exchange programs, as well as issuing recommendations on this. We need to make sure that their activities have geographical spread. The fight against intolerance calls for concerted efforts on the part of all stakeholders, from the man in the street to international institutions. Colleagues, I wish you every success at this meeting and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Senegal. I call upon Afghanistan, followed by Sierra Leone.
In the name of Allah, greetings and peace be upon you. Mr. President, dear friends and colleagues, first of all, I would like to express my deepest condolences to the victims of the recent tragic earthquake in the friendly countries of Turkey and Syria. Sadly, I am once again attending the Interparliamentary Union meeting in a situation where Afghanistan is under increased Taliban pressure for the second year in a row. As the world watches, the people of Afghanistan are experiencing severe economic and social crises, as well as discrimination, poverty, insecurity, lack of education, and basic rights for women and girls. A year after I last spoke here, there has been only growing despair and hopelessness for the people of my country. During the last 2 decades, Afghanistan had significant achievements such as sports, economy, education, freedom of speech, human rights, a representative system of government, and a trained and professional army, among other things. The Parliament of Afghanistan, which was considered one of the greatest achievements of the past 20 years, unfortunately stopped functioning in its normal way after the fall of the Republic. And now there is a serious need than ever for us to establish interparliamentary relations between the member countries of this conference and raise the rightful voice of the Afghan people via this platform. This is why we are very grateful for the IPU. Afghanistan is composed of different ethnic groups, each of which has great culture, history, and honors, and throughout history they have contributed to the governance and played a valuable role in building the modern Afghanistan. The participation of all ethnic groups in the development and implementation of a truly inclusive democratic system is considered an important principle of statehood, like eradicating poverty and prejudice. However, the current Taliban regime in Kabul does not abide nor respect these rules, pays no attention to the needs of Afghan people, and has clearly failed to ensure the safety and security of the people and parliamentarians, as we witnessed in the assassination of Ms. Mursal Nabizadeh. She was one of the active female representatives in the Afghan parliament who was recently secretly murdered under the Taliban regime. And to this day, no one has given an answer nor held accountable for her death. Currently, around 125 members of parliament and most of Secretariat General staff are still living in danger in Afghanistan and neighboring countries. You are kindly requested to think about how we can save so many of your colleagues' lives and evacuate them as soon as possible. so that they could be hosted in your countries. Dear attendees, as the Speaker of Afghanistan Parliament and the representative of the voice of millions of my constituency, until the formation of a truly inclusive political system, today, from this stage, I once again call upon the Taliban regime to provide justice, security, eradicate poverty, distribute all the humanitarian aid in an equitable manner, and treat all Afghans without discrimination, including basic rights for Afghan women. Also, the Taliban must immediately open schools and universities for the country's daughters and sisters, their friends. In order to solve the current crisis in Afghanistan, I suggest forming a global consensus and making Afghanistan a democratic and progressive system through political dialogue, a system in which all ethnic groups have a share. My sincere desire to you, my colleagues, is that you assist and work with us to satisfy the needs of the Afghan people. That is the only solution, viable solution, for the current crisis that's going on in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Afghanistan. Sierra Leone, followed by Arab Parliament.
Mr. President, Chairperson, Mr. Secretary General, fellow delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you all greetings from Sierra Leone, the land of the Lion Mountains, and especially from our parliament and people. Unmitigated acclaim goes to the parliament and people of Bahrain, the land of a million date palms, for hosting this 146th General Assembly of the IPU, and for the outstanding facilities that have been placed at our disposal. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, despite the rights and obligations enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, now elevated to the status of rights under customary international law, today we all still live in a world challenged by growing uncertainty and insecurity, with grave underpinnings of rising injustice, discrimination, inequality, and intolerance, a world increasingly being pulled apart by abhorrent forces of hate and divisiveness, tension and conflict, and want and poverty. Peaceful coexistence and inclusion, some might even say radical inclusion, must therefore remain at the top of the agenda of the times in which we live, because the consequences of the alternatives are just too dire to contemplate. Indeed, the evidence is irrefutable that the world today is at its lowest point of peacefulness, and has in fact been so for the past 15 or more years. Nowhere is this more conspicuous than in addressing gender inequality and religious intolerance, to name just two examples. All of these threaten social cohesion and global peace. Parliaments and parliamentarians must therefore continue to play a crucial role as the representatives of the people and as the primary channel by which grievances and concerns, but also needs and desires, are expressed. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Sierra Leone, despite its smallness by geography and population, stands out uniquely and extraordinarily tall in the world today, as the brightest emblem of religious tolerance on the firmament. With a population of a little over 7 million, divided between Muslims and Christians in the ratio of 3:1 respectively, Sierra Leone has successfully and effectively memorialized intermarriages between people of different religious faiths and beliefs. Such intermarriages today are countless and are as common in occurrence in churches and mosques as people shopping together in the same market malls and marketplaces. Families and friends, donning different religions, move about freely and joyously in all places of worship without disturbance and in full support and solidarity of one another, especially during weddings, child naming and christening ceremonies, and funerals. All this has been going on for decades without generating as much as an iota of tension, much less of violence in the country. Today, so legendary is the intermingling between Muslims and Christians that it is no exaggeration to claim that over the years, Sierra Leone has become the brightest beacon of hope, the unsung epitome, and the gold standard by which to emulate and judge the profundity of religious tolerance for the rest of the universe. And there is no better exemplar to demonstrate this height of religious tolerance in Sierra Leone than our current head of state, His Excellency, Brigadier Retired Julius Maada Bio, who is a practicing Catholic, married to the First Lady, Madam Fatima Bio from the Gambia, who is a Muslim. Another example, famously of the reverse order, is President Hamad Tijan Kaba of blessed memory, who was a staunch Muslim and occupied the presidency from 1996 to 2007, whilst married to the First Lady, Mrs. Patricia Kaba, again a Catholic by religion. These two notable examples not only magnify the apogee of religious tolerance in Sierra Leone, they've helped to cascade the culture of religious tolerance reverentially to the middle and lower echelons of Sierra Leonean society, to such an extent that it is now generally accepted as a matter of course, and not as much as a brow is raised or a glance of disapproval is turned when such mixed marriages occur anywhere in the country. The same also can be said of the current government's flagship of human capital development in the areas of providing free quality education at the basic and secondary school, educational and national healthcare institutional levels. For so long has it been tried to observe school children of different religions going in their thousands to educational institutions run by either Christian or Muslim denomination, as is equally true of sick patients needing and receiving medical care in hospitals managed by public and private sectors alike throughout the country. There is absolutely no discrimination to speak of based on religion.
Consider winding up, please.
Your Excellencies, over and above all this, what has climaxed most, our level of resilience, tolerance, cohesion, and integration is symbolized by the enactment by Parliament last year of two extant laws under the rubric of Public Elections Act and Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act. Both laws set out legal minimums for the representation and participation of women in the legislature, as well as in the public and private sectors. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the current government in Sierra Leone is currently on the right trajectory and considering that women account for 51% of the population, the current executive, with the collaboration of the legislature, is putting them at the center of an avowed determination
Honourable Speaker from Senegal,
to promote and build a comprehensive and resilient national culture of respect for gender equality and women empowerment. Exponentially, 2022 will go down in history as the watershed year in which the government of Sierra Leone moved from the rhetoric to positive legislative action. What remains in the journey ahead is no less timorous, arduous, and daunting. But if the momentum established in 2022 is sustained, there is no doubt in the determination of the Bureau government to forge ahead to reach the desired goal. To this end, I will conclude with a quotation taken from a statement by President Mada Bio at the general debate of the 5th UN Conference on Least Developed Countries held in Doha, Qatar on 5th March this year, in which he said, and I quote, "We will continue to prioritize interventions that address vulnerabilities and exclusion among women, girls, youth, the aged, and the disabled. We will scale up radical inclusion, financial inclusion, skills development, and job creation, and continue to pursue our national social protection policies." On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you most kindly for your kind attention.
Thank you, Sierra Leone. Upon Arab Parliament.
أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات ورؤساء
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliament, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and compassion of the Lord be with you. It's a great pleasure for me, first and foremost, to say how happy I am to attend this session of the IPU Assembly. Indeed, it deserves our special attention on a personal level, not just because it's being held in an Arab country, but also in my country, my dear country, the Kingdom of Bahrain, which is an oasis of peaceful coexistence. Thanks to the vision of our king, His Majesty Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, who has insisted that Bahrain should be an example of peaceful coexistence around the region. And also a very important part has been played by Prince Mohammed with a view to putting this vision of our sovereign into practice. I would also like to thank the Parliament of Bahrain. The speaker is Mr. Al-Musalem, and then we have the President of the Shura, Sarah Al-Saleh. I'd like to commend them on the excellent preparation of these meetings. Dear colleagues, reinforcing dialogue and peaceful coexistence between religions and cultures is the cornerstone for world peace. Indeed, religious discourse against intolerance should go hand in hand with education, with a view to accepting other people's cultures, the aim, of course, being to reinforce complementarity and solidarity between peoples. It's necessary to criminalize intolerance. Unfortunately, we have noted that in the world today, we suffer greatly from a system where peaceful coexistence in many parts of the world is facing major challenges. We need to work to promote peaceful coexistence. And indeed, we must help peoples to achieve self-determination. We cannot use double standards, whatever the situation. And that indeed is always a challenge for many of us. People may be deprived of its very fundamental rights. Look at instances where there's an occupation of its territories. International organizations and entities should adopt a very strong, robust position in order to find a lasting, peaceful solution to the Palestinian cause, which also seeks to achieve peaceful coexistence. The Arab world suffers likewise from many situations of conflict which remain to be resolved. This also is a threat to global peace. We must work to strengthen the social fabrics in our countries, and we must likewise combat attempts to take over resources in our countries. Dear colleagues, all religions in the world insist on the importance of peaceful coexistence and dialogue and understanding the fight against discrimination and intolerance. Despite this, we have all seen what intolerance has wreaked in many countries, including in Europe. Unfortunately, these crimes where the copies of the Quran have been burned have been, in fact, protected by the authorities of certain European countries. These crimes have been condoned. Such situations are a provocation for 200 million Muslims around the world, and hence this calls for cooperation amongst us. The idea is to bring about an international legal context to criminalize and punish people perpetrating such acts. On behalf of the Arab Parliament, I would like to insist that we all belong to the same humanity, and we must preserve the human race, reinforce our social fabric, ensure that peace reigns for the sake of all humanity. The Arab Parliament has made an appeal, has called on this assembly, which brings together representatives from all countries, to make a declaration supporting the Palestinian people and for non-interference in the domestic affairs of countries. We cannot in any manner accept that religions be attacked or undermined. May the peace of God be with you all.
Honourable members, this concludes list of speakers from A list, who are speakers of parliament. We now will start with list B, which are the first speakers from delegation. And we will start with Maldives, followed by Botswana.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala khatimil anbiya'i wal mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. President, Secretary General, esteemed colleagues, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning. It is an honor for me to speak to you today about the significance of combating intolerance, not just in our own communities, but on an international level. Intolerance is a venom that threatens to sever human bonds and undermines our efforts to create a more peaceful and just world. It is a collective responsibility to stand up against it, and as the guardians of the rule of law, human rights, and justice of our respective countries, we have a duty to encourage our societies to embrace inclusivity. We all have gathered here from all over the world, bringing with us diverse viewpoints, experiences, and cultural backgrounds. It is important to acknowledge our diversity since it is what makes each of us unique. It also suggests that we run the risk of misinterpreting one another, passing judgment on the other based on our differences, and failing to recognize the rich tapestry of the human experience. In short, diversity is what sets us apart, so honoring that is important. Distinguished parliamentarians, intolerance can manifest itself in a variety of ways, such as prejudice against particular racial or ethnic groups or bigotry motivated by one's political, religious, or gender views. It can be subtle, such as through the use of derogatory language or stereotypes, or as apparent as violence or hate crimes. We are seeing both these forms, especially on online platforms. Online hate speech continues to sow division. According to a 2021 report by the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, online hate speech is increasing against minorities. As representatives of the people, we have a responsibility to safeguard them by passing the required legislation and holding our governments accountable and the slightest suspicion of its failure. Esteemed colleagues, as representatives of the people, we face two enormous challenges in order to accomplish what is expected of us by our societies. We ought to acknowledge that the public's trust and confidence in the legislature and political officers is waning. I will admit it. I acknowledge, based on personal knowledge, that many Maldivians are losing faith in the political system, including the legislature, due to many factors. I discussed the gravity of the situation with my colleagues and my political party. We believe that the distrust of the public stems from our inability to address their concerns. Conversely, at times, we tend to exceed their perception of civil liberties when we confront those matters. Distinguished members, the Maldives is among the luckiest nations as there are very few factors that could cause societal division. Because we are a nation of one language, race, and religion, yet religious intolerance has crept in, and there are few individuals determined to split our society and destroy social cohesion. I do not wish to identify these fanatics with our faith, as their goal to create violence has nothing to do with the religion. The Maldives has been coping with the violent extremism since 2007, and the threat persists. As the creator of law, the Maldives Parliament has adopted a series of laws to bolster the legal armory against violent extremism and terrorism. Aside from that, laws are regularly amended in an effort to promote social cohesiveness and religious unity. The national efforts to counter the threat are constantly being challenged by what is happening globally. The Maldivian youth, like youth of many other countries, are drawn into internal conflicts occurring elsewhere. They migrate to those places with the assumption that these conflicts are religious in nature. It is too late by the time they realize they are of judgment. Thus, education is the most crucial weapon for preventing young people from joining these conflicts and for helping them recognize their mistake and facilitate integration into society. Dear colleagues, for these reasons, we must all work together to fight all versions of extremism and intolerance, and we must do so with urgency. The repercussions of intolerance are too severe to disregard. It pulls apart families, communities, and even entire nations. It endangers a culture of dread and mistrust, as well as violence and conflict. To fight intolerance, we must first recognize it, denounce it, and stand up against it. This requires us to speak up when we observe acts of intolerance, whether they are directed at us or others, whether by arms of the state or individuals. It also involves educating ourselves and others about various cultures, faiths, and traditions, and most importantly, public expectations. Yes, we are following the right direction by acknowledging intolerance and embracing the theme promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. For this, I offer my profound gratitude to you all and the Interparliamentary Union. By adopting this theme in the general debate, we are demonstrating our commitment to fight intolerance through dialogue and engagement between diverse groups. Esteemed members, as important element in this fight, we must accept ensuring that rules and procedures are inclusive and do not discriminate against any group in particular. This encompasses education, employment, housing, and healthcare policy. In conclusion, I would say that fighting intolerance must be a continual endeavor, and we must all be devoted to. We must work together to establish a world where intolerance does not exist and where everyone is treated with dignity and respect. By standing up against intolerance, we can build a brighter future for ourselves and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. We now call upon Botswana, and next will be Niger.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir. Madam Chair, distinguished speakers, presiding officers, leaders of delegations, and honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, mercy, and blessings be upon all of you. Botswana is once again honored to join world parliaments for the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union. The Honorable Speaker Skelemani conveys his best wishes for a successful meeting. He would have wanted to be with you here today, but could not. The theme for the 146th Assembly talks to promoting peaceful coexistence, building inclusive societies, and fighting intolerance. Given the state of the world today, this is a very appropriate time and setting for parliaments of the world to take stock of the state of democracy and our contribution towards building better inclusive societies. We have an opportunity at this meeting to not only share experiences as a global community, but to also identify those factors underlying intolerance and division, locally and globally. Through our discussions, my hope is that we would galvanize and catalyze action for sustainable and comprehensive approaches to promoting inclusion and supporting peaceful coexistence in order to build resilient and cohesive societies. Parliament of Botswana continues to strengthen its laws to protect mainstream and empower historically marginalized groups. A new Ministry of Entrepreneurship was established last year, specifically to take over responsibilities towards entrepreneurship development, gender and youth empowerment through the Gender Business and Finance Mechanisms and Youth Development Fund, amongst others. To further reduce economic inequalities and promote fair economic participation, Parliament also passed a new law on citizen economic inclusion, which seeks to mainstream amongst others, historically marginalized groups such as youth, women, and rural settlements into economic activity. This law is further supported by the newly passed laws on public procurement and the amended Public Finance Management Law to protect various disadvantaged demographic sectors. To ensure that no one is left behind, and in line with our National Vision 2036, Parliament continues to prioritize funding for ICT development and rollout in order to provide connectivity and access to services to all villages through the Village Connectivity and Smart Botswana ICT programs. This has been public institutions being connected to the internet and government services available online, while all learning institutions have been provided with ICT gadgets to support e-learning. As a bastion of peace and ardent guardians of the rule of law, Botswana embraces and promotes all faiths and religions for a peaceful coexistence. Other laws are also under review, which include strengthening laws to curb gender-based violence, promoting land ownership, and bestowing equal land rights for married persons. To further promote inclusion as well as social and economic rights, the teaching of mother tongue in primary schools will also commence in the financial year 2023-2024 with budget appropriation from Parliament. Parliament of Botswana continues to invest significantly on education and health, with a view to providing universal health access to all, but especially safeguarding and promoting sexual and reproductive health rights and access to education for all. Programs such as Treat All, prevention of mother-to-child transmission, youth-friendly services, and comprehensive sexuality education continue to receive funding from Parliament. Parliament of Botswana holds meaningful public engagement at the center of activities and work. Public consultations remain the cornerstone and hallmark of economic and political development in Botswana. In that regard, Parliament has strengthened its public engagement through the rollout of Botswana Speaks program, an initiative to connect constituents with their elected representatives of policy dialogue and decision-making. The program is funded by Parliament and uses ICT to connect constituents with the work of Parliament and the members of Parliament. Distinguished delegates, the main goals of tolerance is unity and harmony in diversity. Coexistence requires all diverse communities to enhance togetherness, respecting each other, to work together in maintaining harmony of living, preventing communal conflict, and resolving conflict together. It is through the budget that we pass and appropriate that the marginalized can be empowered, the rising economic inequalities reduced, and make young people and women reach their full potential. It is also through our oversight role that we can ensure the rule of law, the protection and enjoyment of human rights and justice for all. If we are to indeed contribute towards the sustainable development agenda, our impact as parliaments must be on promoting peaceful and inclusive societies. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, all this development are but small steps towards contributing to the global efforts in ensuring that no one is left behind and harnessing the power of diversity to foster peace and drive development. However, attaining world peace and strengthening of democracy requires our collective efforts as representative institutions. These efforts must ensure the protection of human rights, empowerment of minorities, and upholding of democratic principles that promote the rule of law, good governance, tolerance, including political tolerance, and peaceful coexistence. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Botswana. And I call upon Niger, followed by Denmark.
Madam Chair, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to God, we have been able to meet together today in Manama, in the Kingdom of Bahrain, to talk together on the 13th of March 2022. I wish to endorse what was said by my predecessors and very warmly thank the government and people of Bahrain on their very friendly welcome. We wish to convey the fraternal greetings of the people of Niger and its authorities to those of Bahrain. President, dear parliamentarians, we are trying to find relevant, suitable responses to certain situations which are extremely complicated and serious. The general debate is an opportunity to promote peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies and combat intolerance. It's relevant and very topical to deal with this topic. It is alarming, it is worrying to see that numerous indicators show that peaceful coexistence and inclusion are dropping in the world. Intolerance and discrimination, on the contrary, are increasing. We have been called upon, therefore, to meet these vital concerns because our dysfunctional so-called modern world has very political institutions like parliaments and other socio-cultural entities, but their role seems to be on the wane. This is worrisome for all our democracies. There's a true malaise in society today. Here and there are multiple crises, and our economic models are failing. We need to promote peaceful coexistence in inclusive societies. We need to live together and in peace. That's the prime concern of all human settlements in the spirit of solidarity and tolerance. An inclusive society should not leave any member by the wayside. Everyone has the right and duty fully to participate in the management of society. Currently, our societies suffer from murders and terrorist attacks. There are absurd wars affecting whole regions and perhaps continents as well. In the Sahel, for example, in the three-frontier region, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, we have a very worrisome situation imposed by a terrorist group which is killing innocent people, raping women, stealing their assets and cattle, setting fire to their crops, and pushing people into exodus. There is a proven complicity on the part of certain partners, and the victims of these terrorist attacks therefore turn their backs on the political world, which is trying to dehumanize them. They denounce these relationships, which are entertained by an outmoded political system. Certain international organizations, certain governments can be criticized inter alia. There is a loss of confidence. Intolerance and exclusion are growing and are leading organized populations to demonstrate violently. There's a politicization of the situation owing to certain political choices that have been made in our countries. There are any number of parties which run counter to solidarity. There's a big gap between a minority, which has all the advantages, and the majority comprising poor people and people left by the wayside. Parliament should play a paramount political role, an essential role as representatives of the people. Yet we quake with fear, unfortunately. We need to draw closer to the populations. On the contrary, it's high time for parliamentarians to listen more to each citizen, each component of society. Parliamentarians should implement development programs and policies identified together with the people concerned and the people at the base. All the major decisions concerning the life of the people, these decisions used to be taken in major meetings comprising all the different groups. In light of all this, we need to combat intolerance by promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies. And we wish to propose the following recommendations. We need better to take account of the specific needs and legitimate aspirations of young people and women in public policies and development programs. It's necessary to reduce corruption, favoritism. It's necessary to ensure equitable access to justice. This is an appeal I am making. We must all participate actively and in practice. We must all cooperate to find a solution to the crisis affecting the Sahel. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Niger. I now call upon Denmark, followed by Hungary. But just a reminder to the honorable speakers that Please, let's stick to time.
Mrs. President, dear colleague, the theme of this general debate is promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies fighting intolerance. This is a task and this is a challenge facing not only some of us, it concerns us all. I'm from a country which might not have the same amounts of challenges as many other countries. Coming from a prosperous, well-functioning, and quite peaceful country, but that's not a guarantee against intolerance. On the contrary, maybe. An essential part of Danish democracy is freedom of speech. We will not and we cannot compromise on that. But exactly because of that, it is crucial that we raise our voices in the public debate when we are faced with racism and lack of respect for people of other beliefs. We have an enduring obligation to fight intolerance. The present debate is a firm reminder that the need to deal with this challenge. We have, for sure, our homework to do in Denmark. But we are not the only ones. And at this point, I would address our host here in Bahrain on behalf of the Danish delegation. First, I would like to thank you. Thank you very much for hosting this assembly and for your great hospitality. We appreciate that. But we also have a strong desire. Since 2011, for 12 years, a Danish citizen of a Bahraini origin named Abdul Hadib Al-Kawaya has been imprisoned here in Bahrain, some few kilometers away from the conference center. He's not a violent criminal. No, he's a human rights defender and a prisoner of consciousness. For his whole life, he has fought with peaceful means for democracy and human rights. That was also the reason that he went back in 1991, more than 30 years ago, got political asylum in Denmark, and after some years became a Danish citizen. Our description of Al-Kawaya as a human rights defender is not only our own, not only supported by human rights organizations, it is also backed by the United Nations, which has described his arrest and imprisonment as arbitrary. This position has been supported by the European Union and most recently in the Human Rights Council in Geneva. Therefore, we call on the Bahraini authorities, free Al-Kawaya. As a consequence of ill treatment and torture when he was arrested, and during the long imprisonment for more than 12 years, his condition is now very, very bad. And therefore, we have asked, the Danish delegation have asked the Bahrainian authorities for permission to visit our fellow Danish citizen here for humanitarian reasons during our stay in Bahrain. Unfortunately, we have got no reply despite several requests. That is regrettable, but it's never too late. 12 years must be enough. Releasing Al-Kawaya would be a firm symbol of good faith, which we would, and I hope everybody else would appreciate. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Denmark. I now call upon Hungary, followed by Estonia.
Dear Madam President, my dear peer MPs, the concept note summarizing the topic of the general debate contains the following statements. The world is becoming a more divided and less tolerant and peaceful place. There are numerous indicators that peaceful coexistence and inclusion worldwide are in decline and that intolerance and discrimination are on the rise. These statements, in my view, prove that we are doing something very wrong. There are international policies in place, and in many cases, resolutions and decisions arising from such policies that seek to eliminate or reduce intolerance manifesting itself for any reason. It is also true that international efforts are largely also reflected in national legislation. Yet, we are not succeeding. In fact, numbers and surveys show that we are actually failing. We must ask ourselves the question, why is the quality of human coexistence deteriorating? Why do we tolerate each other less and less? Looking at the foundation, we cannot but conclude that there is increasing competition between groups and members of mankind for natural resources, for the basics of life and for energy, in other words, for our life-giving planet Earth. In February, together with many of my peer MPs present today, I participated in the UN hearing in New York focused on water. Csaba Kőrösi, President of the UN General Assembly, stressed that we are not doing very well at all with the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. The midterm progress review on SDGs will take place in September this year. However, the signs are worrying. In the meantime, the human population is growing, the impacts of climate change and overconsumption are increasing in severity, and there is more intense competition among us. The frustration arising from competition leads to anxiety, tension, intolerance, scapegoating, and selfishness. In my view, it follows that we can only halt and address the intolerance crisis if we can make progress towards the achievement of SDGs. The frustration arising from increasing competition is being felt at individual, community, national, and international levels. Unfortunately, we live in an uncertain world. Mankind has been shocked by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we must also remember that there are currently 28 wars raging across the globe, which are practically live-streamed to our homes. Death has become part of our daily lives. Mankind is permitted by fear and anxiety, and fear is not a good advisor, not even for nations or countries. We often experience the confusion of fundamental concepts, while complementary ideas are portrayed to be in opposition with each other. Freedom is often confused with immorality, disguised as freedom. Rights are often placed above obligation if self-interest dictates so, and double standards also often prevail, as it is always easier to criticize someone else than to exercise self-criticism. Is there a solution? I believe there is. As in so many other areas, it requires a change of attitude. When it comes to the foundations, we must make every effort to effectively achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As we stressed at the time of their adoption, Each of us must do our utmost in our own individual fields and rely on the retention power of the international community with the same dedication. As for the way forward and the imbalance that has arisen, we must establish a dialogue based on mutual respect. We must not just listen to, but also hear each other and aim for joint success. Dialogue is one of the most cherished core values of the Interparliamentary Union.
Winding up,
we must
Estonia.
insist on this fundamental value and return to it when required. Dear Madam President, my dear peer MPs, thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you many blessings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hungary. And I will now call upon Estonia, followed by Mali.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, honorable hosts, there are more than 8 billion people living on the earth. And even with such a large number, there are no two people who would be exactly alike in their thoughts, feelings, appearance, skills, or otherwise. We are all different. But these differences have been written into the very code of humanity and human person. Moreover, this has immense value because let us think for a moment what it would be like if we were all alike. Such a world would be very boring. Differences are enriching. Precisely because of this, the acceptance of differences should indeed be a natural part of everyday life and not a constraint or inevitability, be it skin color, sex, language, appearance, or religious beliefs. Empathy and tolerance are important keywords. From Estonia's and European perspective, the greatest challenge for the world is to protect peace and democratic values and the sovereignty of the countries, to resolve differences peacefully, not by using military power, cannons, or tanks. The arms race is taking place at the expense of all of us. This means less money for education, less money for culture, less money for social affairs. Unfortunately, there are countries who like to speak the language of bombs and cannons, or even more brutally. For them, human life is just a tool, a thing they use to achieve their superpower ambitions. I'm speaking of Russia and its war of aggression in Ukraine. This war started already in 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea. The new phase of this war that started on the 24th of February 2022 has been going on for over a year now. And sadly, the end is nowhere to be seen. The countries of the world will have to show more resolve here because an aggressor's victory in a war inspires other authoritarian regimes to use the same method as well. Tolerating the war may mean that it will reach the home yards of all of us. I acknowledge the member states of the Interparliamentary Union who at the last General Assembly in Rwanda adopted with a great majority a resolution condemning Russia's aggression. However, without underestimating in the least the resolute condemnation of Russia's aggression in Ukraine by every country, be they big or small, I would like to appeal to China's concerns, who holds great sway and therefore has a chance to take a big step towards ending this war. Once Russia understands that it can no longer count on China's tacit support, together with its implications, this may indeed become the factor that will bring Russia back to earth. Dear colleagues, we are living in very turbulent times. The values underpinning the rules-based world order are at stake: freedom, democracy, human rights, and equality. This is war of a Russian regime against democracy. I am convinced that when we act together, we are stronger and we will be able to protect a democratic and inclusive future. There is no alternative to democracy if we want peace. Dear colleagues, to conclude with a very positive message, it looks like the COVID-19 will be history very soon. We are lucky ones to meet in person here in Bahrain. It makes a great sense to meet the people in person. Shukran to the National Assembly of Bahrain, and many thanks to the IPU for organizing this excellent assembly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hungary, Estonia. We now call upon Mali.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam. President of the Interparliamentary Union, Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, Speaker of the Council of Representatives of Bahrain, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the highest ranking authority in Mali, our head of state, and on behalf of the Speaker of the National Transitional Council, whom I represent on this podium, as we gather here, over 1,700 participants. Thank you to God, the most merciful, most compassionate, for having enabled us to come here to Manama in Bahrain for this 146th Assembly. To all participants, I would like to bring the cordial and warm greetings of the people and government of Mali to every delegation and expert here. All of you have travelled here to Manama together. This meeting is very timely because our world is undergoing a particularly turbulent time that threatens peaceful coexistence and the achievement of inclusive societies, as well as values that can peacefully cohabit. Guests, the topic of the general debate for this Assembly, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance, reflects the concern of the vast majority of the world's citizens and democratic societies. This topic that we come to discuss here is very evocative then. My country, Mali, has unfortunately witnessed a great deal of intolerance for the past 10 years, and the population of the country is paying the highest price for that, with widespread displacement of populations, closure of schoolrooms, the absence of basic sanitation, and food insecurity, with women and children as the main victims. For that reason, we have shouldered our responsibilities in choosing partners that respect our country and our people. Our head of state has given the army the means that it requires, and it has been increasingly successful in fighting the enemy, which since last year has been in retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, this assembly should be an opportunity for developing countries to secure significant investment to support priority development measures. to finance their economies in a way that will enable those states to be able to rise to the challenges of fighting poverty, access to health and education, food security, and others. Parliamentarians, colleagues, the citizens of the world are waiting for results from us. It is now time for action and pragmatism. We need to take action, and every minute counts for the vulnerable populations around the world. In light of all of this, we hope that this 146th IPU Assembly will lead to bold resolutions to fight injustice. Wealthy countries should shoulder their responsibilities to assist developing countries to promote peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies while fighting intolerance to improve their population's living conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mali. I now call upon the Republic of Korea, followed by Brazil.
Madam Chair, honorable delegates, good morning. I'm Park Yong-jin, head of the Republic of Korea delegation. I'd like to thank the Bahrain Parliament and Speaker of the Bahrain Parliament for organizing this wonderful event. The culture of hatred and discrimination is on the rise. Paradoxically, even in pluralistic societies, supposed to respect personal freedom and individuality and accept diverse ways of life, the Republic of Korea is not different. We live in a society where people are graded and judged based on their individual characteristics, such as gender, age, regional affiliation, and sexual orientation. Amid social polarization and communication disconnect triggered by various challenges facing humanity, including infectious diseases, wars, climate crisis, and natural disasters, hate speech and discriminatory language are spreading at an alarming rate in the anonymity of cyberspace. We need inclusion and tolerance, not just for the vulnerable and disadvantaged, but as a precondition for co-prosperity for all. Distinguished delegates, unfortunately, eliminating discrimination, exclusion, slander, and hatred is not something that can be done at a stroke with laws and institutions. Still, there are things that parliaments can do to make an inclusive society without discrimination. I'd like to propose a two-pronged approach. First, parliaments should strengthen anti-discrimination laws and institutions. Second, parliaments should serve as an inclusive platform for diversity of views. Parliaments have the responsibility to enact laws to prevent discrimination and address structural inequalities. And anti-discrimination laws that affirm the principle of equality go a long way in preventing discrimination and exclusion. The principle of equality is enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Korea. It says all people are equal before the law and should be free from discrimination based on gender, religion, or social status in all areas of their lives. And to support the realization of the right to equality as one of the innate fundamental rights, two specific legislations are in place: the Framework Act on Gender Equality and the Act on the Prohibition of Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities. Also, we are working on a bill titled the Comprehensive Anti-Discrimination Act, which aims at minimizing legal blind spots and combating multiple discrimination by prohibiting all forms of discrimination based on gender, race, physical condition, and thought in all areas, including employment, education, and public service. The Korean society has been talking about this bill for a very long time, but unable to reach social and political consensus due to opposition based on religious and economic grounds. It is shameful that just talking about this bill has sometimes spawned discrimination and hatred. But the Republic of Korea is committed to reaching a responsible conclusion soon, albeit late compared to other countries, for the elimination of structural discrimination and creation of an inclusive society by learning from other countries' experiences and examples. In addition to the legal and regulatory efforts against discrimination, parliaments should ensure diverse views are represented to minimize blind spots in policy decisions and lay the foundation for inclusive policies. While ensuring that parliaments are open and accessible to people wishing to express their views, parliaments need diversity in their composition. The National Assembly of the Republic of Korea has a variety of programs and policies to provide citizens with opportunities to participate in parliamentary affairs. It provides real-time streaming of standing committee meetings through TV broadcasting and online media, and is preparing another platform for real-time streaming of other parliamentary activities, such as policy seminars. To enhance access to parliamentary information by those with hearing impairments, it is building an AI-based system for real-time captioning. It also has a public petition system through which the diverse legislative needs of the people are communicated and discussed. In addition, the proportional representation system provides opportunities for diverse groups in our society to participate in politics and ensure their representation in Parliament. Honorable delegates, in our journey towards a more inclusive society, parliamentary solidarity can be instrumental. International conferences such as this IPU Assembly, workshops and seminars are important opportunities to raise awareness among parliamentarians about a tolerant society. By exchanging ideas and converging different views, we adopt joint declarations and resolutions and build international principles. We should all keep in mind that qualitative growth is possible only when prosperity is truly inclusive without discrimination or exclusion. Building an inclusive society is our responsibility as people's representatives. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea. I now call upon Brazil, followed by Spain.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen from all parliaments represented in this assembly, our greetings. I'd like to greet and also congratulate Bahrain for this organization. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic that brings me here is in fact to try to promote these different people for the promotion of a peaceful coexistence between peoples in the search of a more inclusive society. But this social ideal to which we all aspire cannot be achieved without having the parliaments discussing this issue, combating intolerance. There can be never an inclusion or peace where there is no intolerance. And that's the reason why these debates that are going to be held during these days of this assembly are necessary and urgent. Now, with this statement, I hope to make a small contribution to the discussions surrounding these pressing topics so that we can build an increasingly peaceful and inclusive society for all. Now, facing this dual challenge of promoting inclusion and combating intolerance, the world parliaments have both a prominent and leading role. Democratic societies invest their trust in their elected representatives with the hope that these parliamentarians can take the best decisions and lead all people to progress and prosperity, but always seeking inclusion and peace. In the 21st century, there can be no true prosperity without peace or social inclusion. In this sense, it is the duty of the legislative part to lead discussions on the adoption of inclusive policies to combat intolerance. Although there are some initiatives in this area in several countries, including in my own country, Brazil, we are still a long way from reaching a full potential of contributions that our legislators can make to society in this field. In our country, for example, the adoption of guidelines for hiring people or the promotion of equal access to public services, regardless of race, gender, religion, and other forms of discrimination, has borne much fruit. Another possible course of action in this area is, without doubt, the ability that we have to encourage, to support educational initiatives that promote tolerance and respect for differences. Now, this strategy certainly includes creating school programs, social media campaigns, and holding events that help raise awareness on issues related to intolerance. Promoting social inclusion is necessarily going through information and education. Not by chance that teachers and educators must also be the Parliament's allies in building programs that help us in achieving these objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, in an increasingly connected and virtually integrated world, peaceful, inclusive and plural coexistence between peoples and nations is not utopia. It is a necessity. Human beings are getting closer, interacting since the beginning of humanity. And in this context, we have no time to lose in building policies that promote an increasingly harmonious coexistence, tolerant to the differences in this multiplicity of inhabitants of this planet. Aware of this urgency and responsibility to the citizens of Brazil and the world, I'm proud to be able to participate in this Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly. Now, the answers we will find in these debates will guide the parliaments around the world and will pave the way that will lead us to the future and to the society we dream. Once again, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to be part of these debates. On this occasion, I want to reiterate my commitment to bring back to my country all the knowledge and the progress that we will achieve over these 5 days of assembly. I believe that this peaceful coexistence and inclusive society is possible, but we need to put our efforts together in order to combat intolerance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I now call upon Spain, followed by Gambia.
Dear President, friends at the IPU, thank you to Bahrain for its hospitality and its wonderful organization. Unfortunately, our planet is moving forward worryingly into a more divided, less tolerant and less peaceful world. Peaceful coexistence and inclusion are suffering, unfortunately, from a drop, while there is a rise in intolerance and discrimination. Every day we note that on an ongoing basis there are new forms of violent manifestations, increasing polarization and the breakdown in social cohesion. Hate speech, particularly on social networks, is increasing daily, leading to a drop in trust in governments and the media, a deterioration in religious freedom, and an increase in religious discrimination, racism, and xenophobia. These signs of inclusion and intolerance are go hand in hand with an increase in social and economic inequality, leading to a breakdown in human rights, increasing threats to peace and security owing to violent extremism and disinformation inter alia. Also, the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are being undermined. Dear friends, dear parliamentarians, as representatives of national sovereignty, as representatives of the people and their concerns and their problems, their desires and wishes, it is absolutely necessary to play a very important role in promoting cohesion and inclusion. On international levels, there are 5 principles underpinning peaceful coexistence. It is coexistence between nations and a guarantee of peace and the sovereign development of each country. First of all, we have respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of each country. Then non-aggression. 3, non-interference in domestic affairs of other countries. 4, equality in relations. And 5, mutual benefit. Despite the fact these principles were born with the desire that no nation would become hegemonistic or interfere in the governments of other nations, and that this would remain the doctrine for peace amongst nations, we have seen how at present there are flagrant violations of these principles in many places of the world, in particular, unfortunately, the invasion of Ukraine. I hope that soon we will bring about peace again based on international law and respect for the law and human rights. Dear friends, diversity is no doubt a source of talent for societies. In an inclusive society, diversity should be viewed as an opportunity and never as a threat. Equality, equity should prevail over differences, and the most vulnerable people who are at the greatest risk of social inclusion should be duly protected. Furthermore, intolerance is the mental framework which spawns political, economic, and social and cultural attitudes and behaviors which may damage certain groups and vulnerable people, breaking down human relations, violating other people's rights. These rights are often violated, and there's hate speech, racial hatred, national hatred, sexual hatred, racial, religious hatred, and many other forms of behavior. Intolerance is based on the generalization of certain ideas and stereotypes which view not the person in his or her diversity as prevailing, but one's own identity. One's own identity prevails over that of others. This leads to racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, homophobia, fundamental integrism, and so on and so forth. Intolerance is a major challenge, dear friends, a challenge to humanity. And this was broached in the Declaration of Principles on Intolerance by the UN at the countries which declared on the World Day to combat intolerance. The conference that met in Durban, and there were resolutions adopted by the UN Assembly in terms of the general implementation of these principles. I would like to recall that this ethical principle is a political and legal necessity for peaceful coexistence, and to give a thought to the need for a society which is tolerant. We need to combat terrorism, xenophobia, racism, and violence, because they may find fertile ground in conflicts that undermine the situation in the world today. Ladies and gentlemen, in Spain, we have called on all members of the IPU and parliamentarians around the world to work together to guarantee inclusiveness for all. We need to combat intolerance and discrimination and uphold the dignity of all people. I would like to call that we show solidarity and work unflaggingly in order to do away with xenophobia, racism, intolerance. We should wipe it off the face of the earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Spain. I now call upon Gambia, and they'll be followed by Ukraine.
Excellency, Mr. President, this important conclave under the theme Promoting Peaceful Coexistence and Inclusive Societies Fighting Intolerance is indeed timely and shows a clear manifestation of the prominence the IPU, as one of the largest international parliamentary platforms, continues to ascribe to in promoting democracy and world peace in the face of declining peace, intolerance, and discriminations around the world. Mr. President, whilst acknowledging the promulgation of universal accords, treaties, and conventions that promote and safeguard fundamental human rights, freedoms, and justice, it is essential for all of us as stakeholders in the broader ecosystems of democracy to foster inclusive societies where rights and liberties are upheld for a more cohesive democracy and peaceful coexistence among citizens of the world. I would like to remind ourselves as peoples of faith of one of the most common sayings of God enshrined in his holy books, saying to mankind, and I quote, that he has created us into tribes and nations only for us to know each other, end of quote. This verse teaches tolerance, and what is very fundamental is that our diversities in culture, race, color, language, ethnicity, religion, gender, or political affiliation should only serve as divergent in opinions and beliefs and should strengthen us to coexist in peace and harmony as humans. Meanwhile, for some of us as Muslims, we must always live to remember that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was argued to have propelled the first ever model of democracy in human history by promoting peaceful coexistence. Therefore, promoting inclusive societies to fighting intolerance, social and economic inequalities, and discrimination is an incumbent duty not only on us as politicians and parliamentarians, but on all citizens for a just and peaceful world, for it is the surest way of continuous and sustained development of our constituents globally. This is the only way forward if we really want to weather through successfully in today's world of hostilities, polarizations, and divergent interests. Mr. President, in today's globalized world characterized by conflicts and geopolitical interests, it has been a year since Russia invaded Ukraine and sparked a conflict that has generally affected all nations and countries directly or indirectly, and affected living conditions of people we represent. It has contributed to the rise and hike of prices of commodities and inflations of all economies worldwide, while ordinary people suffer daily. Sadly, innocent civilians have been cruelly caught up in the conflict, with thousands of lives lost and millions displaced since February 24, 2022, and the actual numbers are likely to be much higher. Therefore, Mr. President, the only option worth promoting is to end the year-long war between Russia and Ukraine. Since the second half of 2021, there has been a sharp hike in energy prices in Europe and worldwide. The price of fuels has further risen because of the war, which has also led to concerns related to energy supply globally. Furthermore, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is likely to result in the isolation of the world's 11th largest economy and one of the biggest producers of grains, wheat, barley, corn, and cooking oil. The immediate global implications will be higher inflation, lower growth, and some disruption to financial markets as deeper sanctions take hold, while the longer-term fallout will be a further debilitation of the systems of globalized supply chains and integrated financial markets that has dominated the world economy since the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, while the war continues to cause devastations around the world, we must not forget to commend significant players like that of Turkey and the United Nations for brokering a deal last summer to allow Ukrainian grain to pass through the Black Sea. The leadership of Turkey must be specifically applauded for also mediating the negotiation of prisoner swap involving nearly 300 prisoners, a crucial step to saving lives and preventing further violation of human rights resulting from the war. Up till date, President Erdogan continues to maintain his role as an active channel of communication and a reliable mediator in the eyes of both parties without compromising the principle of international law on territorial integrity. My delegation and I urge this body, the United Nations General Assembly and Security Council, to take its responsibility and begin serious negotiations to bring the two countries together and engage in direct dialogue to ending this conflict immediately in the interest of international peace, justice, and tolerance. At the national front, the Gambia's constitution provides an entrenched Bill of Rights safeguarding people's liberties, fundamental human rights, freedom of association and beliefs that are necessary in a democratic society, while recognizing our religious differences and traditional norms for an inclusive society where tolerance is guaranteed.
Gambia time.
Mr. President, following the change of government in 2017, the Gambia continues to gain its standing in the international stage thanks to its tolerant and democratic leader who ensured and assured the protection of people's liberties and political pluralism, entrenching our democratization process. In conclusion, I urge the IPU as the sole global parliamentary network to continue to provide the necessary support to institutions of parliament in promoting tolerance and upholding inclusiveness through their organizations and working procedures. We should not rest on our laurels as we continue to advocate and preach peace and deliberations in Parliament and at our various platforms. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Gambia. I'll now call upon Ukraine. They'll be followed by Slovenia.
Honorable IPU delegates, dear colleagues and friends, I'm sure we all agree that intolerance is a scourge that plagues our societies. However, in the last years, this issue has lost much of its acceptance for Ukraine. As Russia escalated its war of aggression into a full-scale genocidal invasion, the Ukrainian nation has seen an unprecedented unification. Representatives of all nationalities, faiths, and background are fighting for freedom, democracy, and peace by joining Ukrainian defenses, delivering aid, helping displaced persons, etc. Our society has united against the utmost form of intolerance, genocide. Today we expect the same unification from the world. Just on 9 March, as most of us were heading for Bahrain, Russia fired 81 missiles at Ukrainian civilian targets, killing 6 persons, striking energy facilities, including Zaporizhzhia nuclear station. Since our previous meeting in Kigali, Russia has launched more than 500 missiles on our land, and it's happening right now. To establish peace on our long-suffering land, we proposed President Zelensky's peace formula. It consists of very simple steps, from nuclear food security to sustainable peace. But first of all, Russian troops must be withdrawn from our land, and we must restore our internationally recognized border of 1991, including Crimea. Now let me ask the rhetorical question. Do we do enough to eliminate intolerance in our distinguished assembly? My answer and answer our delegation is no. Just think of it. We invite to discuss peaceful coexistence representatives of the Russian parliament, a parliament that almost unanimously voted to legitimize the aggression and annexion of Ukrainian territories with complete neglect for international law and UN Charter. Therefore, we must take action. I urge you to hold the Russian parliament accountable. We must suspend their membership until they stop the gross violation of international law and human rights. At the very least, we should be able to limit the right to vote and right to participate in debates until Russia stops its aggression. Among crucial topics of the peace formula of Zelensky, in Russia's responsibility for their crimes already exceeding the numbers of 70,000. This must be achieved through the establishment of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression. It's the only way to prevent impunity and thus prevent future aggression all over the world. The criminals should also pay for their crimes, pay to rebuild thousands of hospitals, schools, universities, factories, even churches destroyed by their artillery shells and missiles attack. Therefore, I urge you to support the comprehensive compensation mechanism already endorsed by the UN General Assembly. To finish, I would like to underline that the Russian aggression is a challenge and effort to every human on the planet. This is our common tragedy, as we shall together put an end to it. In this respect, let me quote English poet John Donne, lines with which Ernest Hemingway later titled his famous novel. And therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. I now call upon Slovenia. They'll be followed by Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed chairs and colleagues, inclusive society and the elimination of all forms of inequalities are among of the goals which the IPU has been pursuing for years. I am therefore particularly pleased to see this topic taking center stage today's debate. The mere fact that it is included among the Sustainable Development Goals, the achievement of which has gained momentum with the 2030 Agenda adopted by the United Nations in 2015, proves that it is indeed a key development issue that, to my great pleasure, has also been put at the core of the IPU strategy, our key development documents. A major concern is that peaceful coexistence, and including worldwide, are in decline, while intolerance and discrimination are rising in all spheres of society. We see growing polarization and criticism of administrative structures, along with the decreased tolerance towards opposing views. Particularly worrying is the rise of online hate speech, which sows hatred and division under the guise of anonymity. We are witnessing a trend of growing social and economical inequalities and deteriorating trust in democracy and human rights standards. Likewise, we are facing violent extremism and the spread of misinformation. All of this poses a risk of social cohesion and global peace. Slovenia acknowledges the importance of fostering inclusive societies and in creating equal opportunities for all, and considers the issues to be highly relevant. In this respect, I would like to highlight the Protection Against Discrimination Act, the umbrella law in this area, and the Equal Opportunities of Women and Men Act. In addition of the already adopted legislation, Slovenia is also drawing up a new resolution of the National Programme of Equal Opportunities for Women and Men, specifically a made of overcoming stereotypes and sexism and ensuring that the gender equality perspective is included in all policies and measures. To effectively tackle discrimination in society, Slovenia has set up two autonomous state bodies, the Human Rights Ombudsman and the Advocate of the Principle of Equality. While we have certainly made progress over the past years, we cannot afford to be complacent with the current situation. What worries us, besides the fact that the changes were not as effective as we would have liked them to be, is that although the risk of discrimination in Slovenia was among the lowest in the European Union, according to international figures from 2019, it still increased over 2017 to 2020. I would like to point out that greater transparency and accountability in decision-making and increased involvement of the interest public and civil society in decision-making progress at local as well as national and global levels are vital. Ladies and gentlemen, efforts targets at combating intolerance and promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive society require engagement from all of us. And as representatives of people, we parliamentarians play a particularly important part therein. We are mirror of our society, while we also set an example for it to follow. So if we succeed in making parliaments the environment with zero tolerance for discrimination, and if we consistently draw attention to condemn and deface such reprehensible practice, then the society will follow our lead. This will slowly bring a change in mindset and behavior, restore trust in politics, and raise political and general culture. It is therefore incumbent upon us parliamentarians to foster and develop these values and fundamental rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slovenia. I now call upon Cambodia and followed by Kenya. And Kenya will be our last speaker this session.
Good morning, well, rather good afternoon. Honorable Ahmed bin Salman Al Salam, Speaker of the Council of Representatives of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Honorable the President of the IPU, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the IPU, Honorable Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today, it is a great honor and a great pleasure for me to attend the 146th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly in this beautiful city of Manama, Kingdom of Bahrain. On behalf of the parliamentary delegation of the Kingdom of Cambodia, I would like to congratulate Honorable Ahmed bin Salman Al Salam, Speaker of the Council of Representatives of the Kingdom of Bahrain, for being elected as President of the 146th Assembly. As Chairperson of the Senate Commission on Human Rights Complaint Reception and Investigation, I strongly support this Assembly for choosing theme, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive society, fighting intolerance, fighting for the general debate. This theme is really relevant to the world's recent development. We are changing rapidly, complicatedly, dangerously, and unpredictably. More importantly, the debate on the theme would reflect our attention toward the deterioration of peace, freedom, and justice in the face of increasing intolerant polarization and discrimination. Honorable Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peaceful coexistence is not just a matter of avoiding conflict, but creating an environment where everyone can live together in peace and harmony. That is to create a society where everyone is welcome and accepted, regardless of their differences, and also be given the same opportunity. Cambodia has been through foreign and civil war, genocidal regime, and serious national division. Cambodians understand very well the indispensable necessity of national reconciliation, peace, coexistence, and inclusive society. After the fall of the genocidal Khmer Rouge, the killing field regime in 1979, the rights of the freedom of all individuals have been restored as enshrined in our Constitution. With an attempt to guarantee and further promote human rights, the royal government and the Parliament of Cambodia have established national institutional mechanisms such as the Cambodian Human Rights of the Parliament. Cambodia is also a home to many national and international organizations working in the field of human rights. And separate and according with the Paris Agreement principle, the country are in the process of creating the National Human Rights Committee. Cambodia has ratified accession to 8 out of 9 international human rights treaties, making this country an outstanding one in the region in the name of a party of International Human Rights Treaty, and has participated in a universal periodical review and involved in the periodical review and other international human rights treaty institutions. Since 1993, Cambodia has been the only country in ASEAN to welcome the presence of Special Rapporteur of the Office of High Commissioner of Human Rights of the United Nations in order to monitor the human rights situation in Cambodia and mandate the Special Rapporteur and the Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights in Cambodia and has extended until present day. In the meantime, Cambodia actively joined the United Nations in deploying its peacekeeping mission, mine and unexploded ordnance clearance force to many countries: Sudan, South Sudan, Chad, Lebanon, Syria, Mali, Central African Republic, Cyprus, and Yemen. Recently, in collaboration with Japan, Cambodia provides Ukrainian deminer and humanitarian mine clearance training. The Mine-Free Cambodia project by 2025 has been introduced late last year to provide safe ground and creating smiles for citizens. Cambodians have open widely free religious belief. Although Cambodian constitution stipulates that the Buddhism is the state religion, Cambodian people can freely choose any religion to be worshipped. Religion harmony in Cambodia could be clearly seen through the absence of religious conflict. In Cambodia, implemented the National Social Policy in 2016 to 2025 to support the poor and the vulnerable family in order to restore dignity and maintain the living balance. Cambodia promotes the right to life, the right to education and social economic, the cultural rights, and the right to access to health care. These could be seen clearly through the government policy measuring intervention and endeavor to combat COVID-19. The effective management of risk of COVID-19 allowed Cambodia to be able to reopen the country, speedily restore living, ensure that the fundamental all citizens. With effort controlling COVID, Cambodia considered as the #1 in fighting the COVID-19. In closing, on behalf of the delegation of the Kingdom of Cambodia, I hope that all ideas and opinions expressed in the 146th IPU Assembly General Debate would contributed to create a harmony, peaceful, coexistent, tolerant, just, equitable, and inclusive society where our children, our grandchildren can proudly live in peace and development. Thank you, Honor.
Thank you, Cambodia. I now call upon our last speaker this session from Kenya.
Honorable Chair, honorable speakers, and heads of delegations, honorable delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the King, the speakers, and the people of Bahrain for the gracious hospitality that has been extended to the delegates and the excellent preparations that have been made to make this event a success. Honorable delegates, I wish to state that promoting peace and inclusive societies is essential to fight intolerance, because intolerance can lead to discrimination, exclusion, and even violence. When people are intolerant, they often view others who are different from them as inferior, which can lead to conflict and a lack of social cohesion. By promoting peace, we encourage people to respect each other's differences and work together to find common ground. Inclusive societies are also important because they ensure that everyone has a voice and is included in the decision-making process. This helps to promote a sense of belonging and reduces feelings of exclusion and marginalization, which can contribute to intolerance. Honorable delegates, Kenya is a diverse, multi-ethnic country with various cultures, languages, and religions. Thus, Kenya still experiences social, economic, and political differences, which in turn have in the past led to conflicts and marginalization of certain communities and groups of people, despite the constitutional and statutory provisions, which seek to promote equality, peace, and inclusive development in the country. Honorable delegates, one significant way through which Kenya has sought to promote peaceful existence and inclusion is by overhauling its governance system through an evolved system of government. This has ensured decentralization of power and resources, equitable distribution of national revenue, and increased public participation in decision-making, thus reducing the causes of conflict, which have historically given rise to inequalities and discrimination of some communities. Honorable delegates, the Constitution of Kenya has clear provisions on inclusivity, which provide for equality, non-discrimination, promotion of human rights, and respect for the rule of law, democracy, and fundamental freedoms. Honorable Chair, additionally, various peace-building efforts have been implemented to address the root causes of conflict and promote reconciliation and peaceful coexistence. These interventions include the establishment of the National Gender and Equality Commission, whose functions include promoting equality and freedom from discrimination, and mainstreaming issues of gender, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups in national development, including development of affirmative action policies. Number two, establishment of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, whose purpose is to facilitate and promote equality of opportunities, good relations, harmony, and peaceful coexistence between persons of the different ethnic and racial communities of Kenya, and to advise the government on all aspects. Number three, formulation of national policy on peace building and conflict management. And the last one, establishment of the Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission, TJRC, to address historical injustices. Honorable Chair and delegates, the current representation in the Parliament of Kenya manifests that there is no discrimination. All spheres in the country are represented through the 290 constituencies, 47 counties, 47 special seats for women, and nominated seats for youth, women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. In the current Parliament, we have 21 women senators, which represents that 1.3%, and 82 women members in the National Assembly, which represents 23.5%. In addition, we have 11 youth in the Senate and 45 youth in the National Assembly. Honorable Chair and delegates, parliaments can address the drivers of intolerance or promote inclusion and peaceful coexistence in the following ways. One is addressing socioeconomic factors that lead to equality, inequality, and discrimination. Number two, promoting and protection of all forms of diversity. And number three, promoting better community relationships. Honorable Chair and honorable delegates, in conclusion, promoting peace and inclusive societies is essential in curbing intolerance. We must appreciate diversity amongst us as good thing that earns variety of the flavor of life.
Consider winding up
existence,
Kenya.
And we must promote the positive elements of our diversity, even as we seek to foster unity by looking forward and humanity at our neighbors and fellow citizens. By working together to promote understanding, respect, and inclusion, we can create a more peaceful and just society where everyone is valued and respected. And lastly, I want to thank the President of the IPU and the Secretary General for their proper coordination of this assembly. And when I grow up, I would like to be a President of IPU. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. Honorable colleagues, before we conclude the session for this morning's general debate, I would like to state that we have received 2 requests for right to reply. One is coming from Iran and the other one is coming from Bahrain. I'll give the floor to Iran. You speak from your chair and it is 2 minutes. Iran. Iran, is Iran in the house? Yes, you have the floor.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Sure. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I was taken aback by the false accusations of Iran by a person who introduced himself as a representative of the great nation of Yemen, but misconstrued of the reality on the ground. We are left with no choice but to advise the so-called delegation of Yemen to respect the dignity of their people and instead of spewing false accusations in the face of internal issues, seek the roots of the disorder in the performance of their own officials. We very much regret that this individual called a majority of this honorable nation terrorists. The fact that peaceful coexistence can only truly be attained through internal means is clear to most, regardless of their expertise or the lack thereof on the matter. Wasting time making up conspiracy theories instead of focusing on the real issues on the ground will only further contribute to the alienation of the majority of Yemeni people, making it impossible to live among them in peace and security. Unlike these so-called representatives, the Islamic Republic of Iran has always stressed the fact that the Yemeni crisis has no military solution and can only be solved internally through peaceful means such as political dialogue. Today, the UN representative in Yemeni affairs met with Iranian officials and they reiterated the importance of improving the overall conditions inside the country. Interestingly, the aforementioned individual indirectly admitted to Iran's undeniable power and influence in the region, and we would like to thank him for that. However, the Islamic Republic of Iran has only used and will always use its power and influence to support the oppressed and not to subjugate others. Furthermore, I must reiterate the fact that the only historically recognized name for the waters between Iran and Arabian Peninsula has always been the Persian Gulf. Therefore, any use of fabricated or incomplete names lacks credibility and legal and historical basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. I will now call upon Bahrain. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a statement following the statement made by Denmark. Firstly, we welcome the parliamentarians from Denmark, and we would have liked for them to request a meeting with the Kingdom of Bahrain to understand the situation facing the person that was referred to in this debate, rather than disseminating leaflets during the meeting. It would have been better to hold a friendly meeting with us so that they might be familiarized with this situation. The individual in question is a Bahraini who has been found guilty on a number of occasions, and this person has had recourse to the legal system and was ultimately sentenced to imprisonment. Our Danish friends would have been well advised to ask us for precise and truthful information about this person. This individual has not suffered any mistreatment. There are 2 committees in Bahrain. Firstly, the Ombudsman of Bahrain, and secondly, there's a committee on special investigations for the legal department and the prosecutor's office. If this individual had suffered mistreatment, that would undoubtedly have been denounced. Once again, I would invite our colleagues and friends from Denmark to make contact with us so that they can be given some information. Thank you.
The debate will resume at 2:30 p.m. Thank you once again.